Hi. Argument here on Truth FM 96.1. It comes on Monday to Friday, 9 o'clock to midnight, between 12:30 and 1 o'clock. We'll then wrap up on the show. So today's Monday, and it might December 30th. I can just believe it. How far we gone? We're just few more hours from now. We'll be into we'll be talking about the 31. And then the next thing is the 1st of January of 2025 we'll be talking about. So you see it. Good to be here. And going very strong with the type of energy in the voice. Very, very active, strong, and too much of confidence. I'm still going with. No, so all we do is to keep praising him and telling him thanks for taking us all throughout the year. For January to the middle of the year, and then to the closing of the year now. I always tell people it's not because maybe you feel that I'm so big. I know I'm the most talked about person, man. Yeah, I'm the most handsome or the most beautiful person. This is what God carried me for. No, I always say it. God surely got it for the purpose. This is why He took all through the year. He took you from January to December, so you can know that it's a reason why you get it for. It is for a reason. Because I always say, I say, when that grace is upon you, some of you are moving with grace. Nothing going to touch you. You are untouchable. So because God get it for a reason, all you do, you keep praising Him, you keep telling Him thanks. January to December 30th, enter into the 31. There are some people who went to bed just last night. They couldn't just wake up this morning. There are some people the stories are very, very sorry for all throughout the year. The way how 2024 treated them. But you are still going on strong. Your family, still going on strong. There are some close people to you. There's no bad news. You went on through all the year. Despite some challenges, but you had something on your table for you and your people, for you and your family. So God should have got it for a reason. It's the reason why He keep carrying you through. And all the way out toward the year, to the end of the year, 2024. Tomorrow will be the 31st of December again. And I know He's going to give you that strength. He's going to give you everything you think about for you to see 2025. Welcome to Closing Argument. Our team of panelists will join us shortly on the show, but normally we do it at this because we always like to get the ball rolling. We have other training issues discussion in which we bring to the platform that we keep talking about it until our team of panelists can join us. So it is good to be here again on the Monday night edition of the show. This is Liberia, though. Every time we wake up in the morning hour, anytime we wake up, there is a story. And I know sometimes you say that it's not for the right reason why maybe my country is on the internet, or for the wrong thing, for the wrong reason. I know sometimes you want to ask yourself, Is it for the right thing my country is on the internet, or is it for the wrong thing? But every time the morning I will wake up, there is a story. There's something our country, the world will be looking at, looking at us and say, wow, it's Liberia. What's happening there? What's going on? So it's been a very, very tense weeks from the 20th of December to the 25th, which is Christmas Day, up to the New Year. Let me see, first say Merry Christmas to our those of you always following us on Closing Argument page, our regular followers. Also, Real TV, we say the Merry Christmas. Good season greeting for us back home here, to all of you. So there have been a lot of things happening in our country, and especially when it comes to the young people. Yeah, there are so many young people, so many lives have been taken away. And we cannot just question God, but some of the lives that gone. Some will say some people's life were taken away carelessly because the way how some people die in a short time. You ask yourself and say, but why at this time why this person couldn't just try to go on itself, or why this person put herself into such a problem, into such a mess. Just from the 20th of December 20th, or from the 15th to the 20th, to all the way to the end, there have been so many news of a mysterious death. You found a body, so young person, this other young person deliberately starve their friend. You hear that there's another body. You hear about more justice. People maybe misidentity or what would take somebody for a different person. So all these things that be happening in a short time. This very short time, and it falls around young people, like the death of the uh, or the older man who's I think around 80 some more years old, who was killed by his son, and said, I know the reason said I gave of that other incident, it shocked a lot of people. I know for Christmas, what? So now you think about, what's really going on with young people. To see a young man to kill his father because of Christmas or what? It big get your attention to start thinking and say, but what's really wrong with our people? What's going on? Yet someone kill their girlfriend because of relationship business, right? You see, this person killed their girlfriend. So it comes to your mind, say, but what's wrong with our young people back home there? For a man to kill his girlfriend because both of them they are, or just on a rigmarole into a relationship, and you're not saying mistakenly kill his girlfriend. Because when you say maybe the person you say maybe the two people were fighting, and the guy mistakenly push his girlfriend or talk maybe a bottle or something and knock his girlfriend and say, he mistakenly they did or what. But where you see a young man will take knife into his house, place that knife into his pocket or into his coat or his clothes, walk or got on motorbike or got in his own personal car, drove to that scene, he invited his girlfriend over for them to have a discussion or a relationship. So just start thinking how that person playing. That young man took the knife onto his house. So he knows exactly what you're going to do with it. In a sense that if you refuse to take it in, if you refuse to listen to me, if she refuses to agree to what we're going to discuss, this is what I'm going to do. So he took it, that knife. How can a young man get himself involved into stealing motorbike? How can the young people say a young man got himself involved into stealing motorbike? At this step up, very difficult and challenging time, with the country being very, very tight, and so people are finding it a little bit difficult to find their own space where they can get something for their and their family. When you try to help people now, you get the wasting of your life because people hustling for their and their family day and night. Somebody struggle, get a high money, go and buy the car or the keke or the motorbike, and you just sit down all through all your life and just say, after that man finish buying a car or a motorbike or a keke, I will just go to get for him freely and just go in and sell it the amount in which I feel, the amount in which I feel will satisfy me. So you just sit back. The person struggled. You don't know how many years, how many months, how you don't know the time it took them to even get that money, to raise that money to even go get the keke or the motorbike or even the car, because somebody can run away with some people's cars. You don't know how long it took that person to get that money to go and get the keke or the bike or the vehicle. You don't know how long it took them. You don't know how they even struggle to get that money. You don't know it. But all you do is stay back in one corner and you wait to go and rob them, to take the bike or to take the keke or the car. At this type of time where the people finding life, they are putting themselves in a position, because the last time on the platform I told people, I say, even things can be difficult. Hardship can be on the people. So they only have that peace. The peace where they can go out to get something to hustle for them and their family. The peace in which they can go out to hustle to send the children to school. That peace in which they were able to hustle in it, to sell at the market, so they and their family can survive. So when they have that peace going on, they are okay. They're okay. The high seems you have that peace. So if the man can hustle and struggle to get that motorbike, that keke, what you doing as a young man? You just want to sit back to rob someone, take it from them by force. So those are the things that all these things are bringing to your attention, guys. To just tell you, how things, how people been finding themselves into some, yes, into some things, just the wrong time. Some people who lost their life, some people going to the prison today, going there because of things in which they should have said. It's not an easy thing to lose a relationship. Nobody know. Who knows that? It's not an easy thing for the woman to invest in the man. It's not an easy thing. It's not an easy thing for a man to invest a whole lot into a woman. But sometimes you have to hold on to it and let it go. By you taking that knife onto your house, for you taking that knife, the intention of taking that knife and go out there to meet that lady, you went out there for a different intention. So we lost people. Now you're going to prison. Everything back here now. You're going to lose everything back here because you don't know the position in which you're going to leave your family in. Your children, you don't know anymore. You don't know. So there are so many things that happen to the close of the year, guys. I want just begin to your attention, and I think that we young people have to really, the young people have to really work on themselves. We hear about the other young man who go kill his father because of Christmas. That make it be normal. Under no condition that boy can be normal. The just has taken for this country that the young people just party. That boy may come from somewhere. Some people say 23 years or some people say 40 years or what you may think about. But that man must come from somewhere. They're not normal make it do such thing. At that age to go and put my father on tension because of Christmas morning. Whether he get money for me for, well, he has money for me or carrying or whether somebody give him money for me. But on that day, so a normal man cannot raise that type of tension. So who know why he came for smoking? Who knows? There are so many things we have And I can tell people, I listened to a recording from for that boy. They were I knew that I said, but the man started it a long time. Long time he started this. Let me see where he get it here. I hope my guys monitoring me. I hope the guys are monitoring me. Oh no, man, they just are taking over the country for you to take your father life because of what you say on Christmas. Now, guys, listen to this one here. I think this should be it here. Listen to it. Yeah, for those of you monitoring online, for those of you online, I hope you can get a sound of this.
Money, you know what going on? It's for you, man. The money is for money now. And you can see that the money is spent. Because what you father is there, you do that. Now, somebody give you father like you, father like you. And this is father. I can't do. I'm not going to. The way she made sense. I can't do. I can't do. I spend money on me. I don't spend money on you.
Now, let me just inform you. This recording I'm playing here, it was a conversation. This recording here, it was a heated conversation or argument between the federal K, his father. Someone I think someone handled a case between this fellow and his father before, and while going through the case, trying to cool him down, while he and father were on that conversation arguing, so like the person recorded it, were recording the conversation. So it happened before the incident took place. So that was in the middle of the year. It was a conversation. It was a heated argument. So listen to how the boy talking to his father. The sister then said, who connected to him said, should I take that old man for that boy? If the both of them living together. Because the argument here, it tells you that the young man here.
They may not spend money on me. If you don't know what happened here, let me tell you. Spend money on me. You will not laugh. You don't spend money on me. No, sir. You this system are giving money to here to cook food for him. Now the money, you know what going on? I don't respect you, man. The money will spend money now. Now you can see that the money is spent. Because what you father is there, you do that. Now, somebody give you father like you, father like you. That is for father. I can't do. I'm not going to. The way she made sense. I can't do. I can't do. I spend money on you. I don't spend money on you. If you know in God, I don't spend money on you. God knows who can spend money on you. The way I just tell you, take your thing easily.
But in my presence again, nearly for
money. Forget about me. My presence. They may fasting me. I will die or you die.
look at how you looking.
Now you looking at anyone. You're looking at dollar in the back.
Stop that one.
I'm telling you.
You will do what?
Fasting me or die.
You will do what?
Okay.
You will kill it.
It will be
So you listen to that boy. The boy telling his father, you fasting me, you will die. And I will be in newspaper. So meaning that fellow knew exactly he was planning something. He had something on mind in which he been planning to get rid of his father's life. So he said he telling his own father, if you fast him, a normal human being, the children smoke, they cook, they smoke different things. They have taken over this country. So he listened to a boy telling his father. And at the end of it, on that day, we listen to a news camera that this young man stabbed his father. He said, if you play me, you will die. Listen to him.
I will take more transport money to people. Don't bring her on me. You won't bring me. You can't bring me. Don't put her on me. I will show you to send you die. Show it. Come on. Show it.
Stop that. I follow here. Me, I know say I follow here.
Don't leave me here. Don't leave me.
I am here so I see if I've been checking money to give you.
No, I never give you money. When my money, no, they get me I get money. What is shit from here? Not that body be me like nobody. You getting clear like me. You got you this is how I approve.
But my man, I follow there. You why good? I want to know anything big. I follow there.
No,
It's not a wild blue for it, man. It's not a good thing for it, man. I follow
that. In the area, you can't be sweating. I see you sweating me. I see you sweating me. What is spending money? Satan, give me. You don't got repeat. You want to have to tell you.
we can't call you.
I just decided in the mouth. No,
The man say he joined society in Nima. So long time I saw to get rid of my father. This is not the boy or the man, because his age, some say 23, some say 40, but you listen to him talking to his father, telling his father that you will be in newspaper. I will make sure I put you in newspaper when I kill you, because your damn news, the way how, the way how you will die, it will be forced for the news to take it. And the news took it like that. The news took it will create more money.
I follow against you.
Not looking your boy and going. If I was already going to be within a point, be trouble. Whoa, look at what was your life. Look at what is doing. Little way talking. The beauty was here. The beauty was here. Turn like this.
So I get it.
You here. You're not there. You're not there.
Now, he said, don't you know that in Liberia, killing in a building, it can go free? That's nothing. I heard this to the man. The man said, I kill the man, nothing will come on all of it. You know, you kill that, it can go free. So, because the smoker, or because I know not a normal man, knows that the way how people handle cases in this country, our justice system, the way how people go to South Beach and they come from there, maybe he knows it though. So he's saying, I kill them, it will go free. Huh?
Man, it's not a good thing for it, man.
In the area, you can't be sweating. I see you sweating me. I see you sweating me. What is spending money? Satan, give me. You just got repeat. You want to have to tell you.
We can't call you.
I just decided in the mouth. Listen to you.
Why you clearly never kidding? I follow against you.
Not looking your boy. Depends how you walk and be within a point, be trouble. Look at what you're like. Look at what is doing. Little way talking. The beauty was here. The beauty was here. Turn like this.
So I get it.
You here. You're not there. You're not there. I think I'm going to play out the same. Yeah, do something. I repeat it. Then you put stuff on it. See what happens? And the people go join me. I take my money, pity you. I'm sorry for you. What are you want to bring here? What can I tell you? I don't do for him here. You go punch it for King Juice. Yeah, and today you don't want people to know about this. You say passport law. You are sitting over there in passport law. You're not doing to me. Not doing to me. Doing you are very safe. Not doing to me. Not doing to me. Not doing to me. I don't call him my children for him to take the thing, and because he said he will give it to someone over there. Now I call him my children here tomorrow. Yeah, we here. I will bring arm robber to come bring the plague here and do this. Tell him, I run it, shit. Look at you are frustrated, you don't know what to do. You're frustrated. You're frustrated. You're frustrated. What I don't feel bad for them. They may frustrated. Frustrated completely. Frustrated. I want to let me know what I want to pick my phone up. You cannot read your body. Look at
So this is how the old man and that man be in a heated conversation all throughout his life. That and it is so many years old man, and that man been in that type of conflict. I know our everyday discussion, our every day that they needs to have argument, because from what we just playing you, that tell you that it has been a continual process until that Christmas day. On the Christmas day, when he decided and said, let me do it. The thing I've been talking about, I've been talking. Let me carry on now. Let me say thanks to the guys from the KMTV, in which I managed to get an audio for them. So you see it. This is why we're talking about our country, because people know a question and say, well, is it right for the boy to go and steal the motorbike, this, that? Or are you supporting it? They took somebody back. I'm not supporting it. I say very clear. I'm not really speaking for the girl who is on the social media who said they took her bag away and all that stuff, and I think the fellow was trying to get her bag back. I'm not speaking for that point. I'm speaking about the condition of the country, because now this country now where people are trying to put themselves together, everybody has now rare people now they are look, they are hustling and struggling to package their and family. You think you would just want to take somebody belonging where they go, they hustle, they take, you don't know how they got it, you don't know how they struggle, you don't know. Everybody managing it in this high country. Then what about you? Why you can manage it? Everybody managing the high country. So why you can manage your life? You don't know how somebody struggle to get money, to get a motorbike, to buy a car, to get a keke. People can run away people's car around here. You don't know. That's my point. You don't know how that person hustled. You don't know how they struggled. You don't know how they went through times to raise the money to buy that item. You don't know about it. You just sit by freely and just walk. Why must people still be jacking people bags into the time? It is true, our leaders, you see our leaders, because we voted for them. We put these people in the offices. Our leaders, oh yeah, the blames go to them. But we are the people who make the decision. We are the people who make the decision. We should be making decision of bringing people in the power offices that are able to create more jobs for us. Create people that are able to come into the offices, that were able to find a very good environment. Create, open a country where more investors will come in and have young people working. But you have the young people have been the banner. They're just passing around now. The young people just passing around. FVDC, that school, the FVDC as I learned for the past 4 to 5 or 6 months, that it was the training it closed. What the train actively going to school said nobody know. Have you getting any call from maybe from the Senate? Because not from the House of Representatives. I don't even know House now. It's just chakra people fighting over seat. But in your own position, have the protein ever placed a call to the leadership at NVDC to know, to bring them to plenary, to hear from the what's the point, why NVDC been down for the past 5-6 months? Have you done that before? Have you heard it? Even the LU today that have been closed for some time, have the protein ever placed a call to bring the leadership, to invite them at the Senate to know what's the problem? The president don't want to know, the woman moving on. So have the young folks, the young people, they're just floating around, they're just going around. You know, they are just taking over the entire street. Nothing doing. The one that who are in school, the school closed with all no good reason. They to the drum the other one that are in school too, who are in the school vulnerable. So the number just keep increasing. This is what's happening. Because the one that are in school, if the one who are out of school, you are creating ways, finding more ways so that can add up when they are in school. You have there's some people on the street, but the people are in school closed for some time. You haven't found yet to even call, to even invite leadership to that capital building where they're fighting to say, why NVDC been closed for the past 4, 5, 6 months within that the school is not operating? What's going on there? What's wrong? Who they took off? What's the problem there? Have they protect me? You know, have you done it before to say, let's bring the people on, you know, they invited me to the Senate. Before LU started getting into the news with all the rumor road that happened at the university campus there, they should ever call the leadership. They will fight the people to the capital a year. What's going on there? Nothing. So the people who stay home and the one that would have school they're closing with all any reason, they're joining it. The number they're increasing, the young folks and young people just all around. The how the country doing it. Are just high looking. So nobody going to support when it comes to violence. Nobody going to support it. But I can tell you now that if you not get yourself something to do for yourself, and you think that you'll continue going up there to harm people, your days have just your days are not far, because the Liberians, people now trying to put themselves in a better position. They put striking already. They try to go by how things going. Then you want to just come to make life difficult for someone. Unfortunately for you, your brother with it. That's my point. So go and get yourself somewhere. Go and get yourself something to do. The young folks are too much vulnerable. NVDC, they're doing call. Did the protein ever make that call? Ever invite the leadership there at NVDC? Say, come on. You come here to the Senate. You will hear from people what's going on to that place. Nothing. Where the whole drugs case, the AB Kumar and his deputy, that other case, they just went va. They come up with investigation. How many days going on in that case? How many months have they come up? People just acting into that position. So with the drugs business in Liberia, with that number that increase, it will get high. Because why? That whole area is not arranged. As the government ever report to the people and telling them they still be doing the 2 bosses or the 3 of them at the DEA will have found solution for this. They said that one, they just never hanging, it just hanging. That other case is just hanging. Whether they will find solution, who wrong, how far they going, they put someone there to add. People just be acting that position until the how they train taking the jobs. So when you get a child home or your children home, you will be checking them, because the whole system now is polluted. The whole system. The entire system now, how you looking like? So you shift it to our leaders. Oh yes, there was someone say, oh, people, because we are the one, we go there, you stay online, you put the people in the offices, you give them the power, and you can take it back from them. You can take it back from them. So many things happen to this country. Listen to that man talking about people can kill people in the country and go free. You listen to him what he said? People can kill people in the country and go free. So from which background you are speaking from, nobody knows. Who told him that when Kehleboe in the country can go free? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe he been in other cases. The how it went. The how other people served justice. They lost their family people free. So I can do it to you. You listen to him talking to his father until he sent that old man to his grave. And maybe he thinking that way. He knows that when to him, he said when he goes to beach, he will come from there free. I'm still waiting on the team to join me, the team of panelists. Happy New Year to those of you who always fund the closing argument. Let me say that a hands up to all of you on the closing argument page. The Real TV closing argument. Let me say hands up to all of you guys. Thanks always. Please share the show. Yeah. For those of you finding us, please share the show, please. Thanks so much. Let me see Musu. YB Kubo, she said, that is so true. Thank you so much. Thanks, Musu. Happy New Year. We're working. We voting them again 2029. That is for Ruth Roberts. Ruth, yeah, thanks so much. The screen is a little bit far for me, so I hope I can get your names in clear. Yeah, Emmanuel. Emmanuel Vojulo or Votula, he said for sure. Email said thanks so much for the show also. Yeah, so you can call me for those of you back home. Call me on 0777 077 6927472. You can call me on that number. Participate in your closing argument. While waiting on our team of panelists to join me shortly, call me on 0776 927472. 0776927472. Are the numbers for you to call me live on the show here tonight. 0776 927472. Now one is done, so sorry. We'll soon pull that one on, or you can try on this number just in case you want to participate. They'll make it interactive. 0776 927472. Other numbers for you to call 0776 927472. Call and be live on the show tonight. I'm still waiting on the team to join me on the show. Yeah, with team of panelists to join me shortly. I'm still with you on Peabody, the rest of the guys, Tomalin, Sylvester Pewee, the team to join me on this show. But 0776 927472, a number for you to call. Let's then make it interactive here on the closing argument here on 776 927472. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm calling from Togar, but you know, too sad there when sometimes you monitor the video and listen to the kind of horrible things happening. Look at like young men saying that kill one file and will go free. Nothing can come from all of it because it have been happening and other people went free. Because if that been or if other people have been doing those things and they have been going to court and from there to go to jail and they serve the time, you will not be seeing it, but it been happening. So that is why he boastfully say that if one of your father you go here and go free. No person not talk about that. You are one of some sustain that what cause to say that kind of thing.
Exactly, so my brother. As maybe looking,
yeah. And put their feet down and really work on you because our brothers and sisters actually the things that they're taking are very spoiling. When you listen to him or to arguing, instead of them talking like or maybe you're talk to one or that kind of way, they would talk about taking either sister or something to harm their friend. They don't. I don't know.
Okay.
Actually, the government got to put their feet down and actually wake up to some other things.
Exactly. So thanks so much. Thanks for calling 0776 927472. Yes, you know, it happened at that Kehleboe building when the whole Kehleboe building saga that is currently on, and I told someone, I said the young people monitoring, the youth are monitoring what's happening at that Kehleboe building. Everything we are doing there, the next generation, think about the young folks. We saw broad day into the morning war, and Kun, Richard Kun into that place and standing or while another man stay in the position, stay safe in that position. They're sitting there and taking power, putting their hands up. Young people are seeing it. Young people seeing it clear. The youth looking at it. You saw you took Guar Muslims card from here. What happened to that case? At the end of it, they here we go 3 or 4 months with the level of tension, that bitterness still running in the minds of people. People still trying to find out on that case. What comes after that case? A very controversial case. How it ended, how it went on. The poor out, and Supreme Court say, there you go, this, that, evidence, other stuff. But it's still running in the minds of the common people to know what went wrong to that they get death. At the end, we turn around, we rewarded her job, governmental job, and give it to her. I know whether you were forced for her to even work in government. She was trying to get that job and say, Mr. President, let me try to save some more. And yeah, with the tension I just coming from, let me just observe myself for some time. With that case, that controversial killing case at her house, we know how it ended. So they bought to right. Maybe to in feed and go to solve the point or government were one job. What's up, good evening? 0776927472 are the numbers for you to call and be live. 776927472. Call and be live here on Truth FM 96.1. There are a lot of calls coming in. You guys, you have to do one at a time because I was not able to pick up another one. Let me squeeze in this one. Hello?
How are you?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Let's hear you.
Yeah, thank you for the long discussion. What you say about my situation about the global issue. Hello?
Yeah, you're alive.
Yeah, thank you. Do you know that the DA boss, the police, the function was in Global?
You said DA do what?
The DA boss. I put them other in one law and tell you that very well.
You said the DA do what? Yeah. To Puebla. You been there before? You been there before? Because I beat you talking here. You been there before? You been there before? So if the poor people you can carry people there? Okay, all right. So that's an allegation. So let's just leave it. So he said Puebla, DA boss in trouble now. The commander of the Puebla there, he said you involved into selling drugs. So that's an allegation though. So I hope you can make some follow and make some clarity on it. Hello? Yes, sir. I'm not getting it clear. I hope you can call back. Yeah, you're not really coming to clear your line. The line is very, very bad. But 0776 927472 are the numbers for you to call me on. 0776 927472. 0776 9274. What's up? Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hi,
Agudo. From Puebla, let's hear you. They say just the people sitting just in that area, cushion other thing. Okay, let's hear from you.
You see the person which we live now is very much terrible. Because our young people they stand there, I don't know how our people. So we give a video time of people don't know you say sort of forget it and go. You can announce to them free to put in things. I hear from the labor for your part of conversation. The thing where I just started in another day, I will pay you free and we're not all right. So I don't know what is this kind of response. I don't know. So now I think, oh, you may also. Because now I think it's not resting. Because they don't want to stop it. They will stay because like what the half of it.
Okay.
Then we send the money to put it for the free. Then behind your soul, they just that what you do a better collect and put your face and take a money free. We need to pray. We need to blessing get better. Thank you.
You're welcome. 0776 927472. I'm getting signal from Tamale from the bag already. So we are already getting signal from Tamale. I'm there seeing on my screen. So as soon as you come on, we'll be beginning on the show. Hello caller. Hello caller. Where you calling from? From Fenner, let's say Harry.
Yeah, thank you. I hear the young bishop voice and then between part of the conversation. You know, when the men say that to kill someone in Liberia is free, it can nothing can happen is right. According to one of your caller discussing about Muslim squad, you know that incident it took place, and then any other day Jewish relations started taking place. They were relating with Muslims go up to the time the Liberian people. I don't know how they killed up yet. And then the Liberian people, I don't even know why they soon that they used to kill that guy, you know. And so happened great children. Why they call or they got take the why the Jewish lady take single barrel and shot someone who was used again. And then up to the time the police they finally up they to get to the journalist. So Liberia, you know, the security set all the people had to pull up. Score the thing safe because when not doing any other day, you know, the discussion will come off. If you're working with that juke, they'll be free.
Okay.
So thank you.
All right. You will be walking and so on that juke will be free. That's it. So he get it right. I don't know what somebody are you being saying that I'm the one to put you on. Let me see what I'm the one to put you on. So okay, so listen to the caller. We are talking about these things over and over. That case, it happened from the top that our big name. Our big name. Nobody accusing, or nobody gonna say. I'm not gonna sit there and say, "Oh yeah, the former Chief Justice, what yeah, the case, how the police the whole case, they were wrong." No, I'm not gonna do that. But I'm saying, with that type of controversial case, with the way how the entire case was handled, up to the time the common man can still be thinking on it, how that girl was killed to the former Chief Justice house. How police came up with the investigation, how they went to court, and the court came up with the ruling. All these things then, the common man is still thinking about it. If you go 3 4 months, the president came around and say, man, their job. What happened to the young people, the young folks down there? They're fighting all these things. So the men who said, okay, let country is free. Because at the end of it, the example shown, the children monitoring, they are fighting you, they look at you. Your decision today. This is how I mean acting with his father. So that's thing that have been a better, that been arguing the bit, and better all through all, and they have just been arguing all through his life. That old man has been going on tension for that ball or for that man. That people has been going on tension. There's been a serious argument. Anything you do from the top there definitely run down because the top is already destroyed. The system at the top is no more holding. The people at the top that they are no more holding that system. The police, everything. The right thing they're turning into politics. Just stay there for some time. The poor government was so in. Right after the government, as soon as the poor government finish, maybe 2 or 3 months, you'll be all that place. How they put in that case? That particular case that involved the former Chief Justice, just stay there. The government was so in. The first 2 or 3 months, so it finish, man, you'll be all that place. It finished. So say they put you there, who will take you out? So you listen to that man saying, you tell your party, the country can keep you go free. 0776-927472. Numbers to call me 0776-927472. The closing argument. I'm still waiting on my team to join me. I'm getting signal from Tamani already. Let's say you go ahead. You're live.
Thank you. This is Cynthia, joining from Logan resident. My brother, thank you very much for the topic on discussion. I think the issue of the rule of law is very, very scary. Liberia is one of those countries, or the country in Africa, or the only country in Africa you will see in the every community against any quarrel between two persons. The next thing you will see somebody will jump in your house and take off the finance. That person, the next day, after 1 or 2 months, you will see that person after. The issue of people taking law from their hands, I think the government is responsible.
But the government's not going by the law too now. Yeah, I'm getting you. I said the government's not going by law. No system there too.
This is why the justice minister on the time he said when he went for the bar or convention in Liberia, he said people taking the laws from their hands because the justice system is not trusted. Why you say? They want to say they keep at the time they don't get dying, we saw the unity party, we saw the other people said they were in solidarity. At the end of the day, they were free, and then they are one of job. Why is it precedent? Why you expect the young people to learn from you? You awarding somebody who are done. But let me tell you something. We have two courts in the war. We have the court of competent jurisdiction and we have the court of public opinion. In the court of the public, we know she was a killer of that game. The court of public opinion will never free that woman. They will never free her. And the number is so big that somebody said today, surprisingly, he said, "Folk can pay for sentence. If they been sentence for 10 or 10 years."
He said, "Folk can pay for what to sub beach." Let me hear again. For service.
Yes, for sentence. If you are sentenced for 10 years.
Okay, for sentence.
When you serve here for sentence, if you are sentenced for 10 years, you serve in 4 or 5 years, you pay money for you. So what is that? I will kill you. If I spend 10 years, I will pay money, I will kill 5. But you think about what the guys have paid. Somebody will tell you that someday I've gone there before, I can go there anytime. You know, that's what it is.
Yeah, well, I no more seeing, no more talking there.
We have a government that we expect to hold this system. They themselves, they can run away. Anybody who believes in the rule of law, you not tell yourself as a president that go and see you see black people, all of that. There any justifiable reason of stealing? No. If you believe in the rule of law, when you see this position and any position, you will not touch it. If you believe in the rule of law, you will not have two people in the bureau. Well, we're going to put it in. But we will not rest. We will not rest. Let someone say, to the 2SM family, you know well. Provide this platform for someone who have money. But whatever the letter put in the phone to call on the Liberian government or tell the Liberian people what is unfolding. It is not for this country to have a president who served for the 2 years in government running this state. What is it? He want to present the party. The president of the country that is in this time. See the economic situation in Liberia. People get the fool. See the people in the media we're talking about. You know what is happening? The whole country, when it comes to the issue of the economic situation, the whole country is gradually getting right on a daily basis. Our president in Ghana, a long time friend, dollar or son, having wedding.
A long time friend wedding.
Yeah, long time friend wedding. Okay,
things that were condemned just few months ago. Yes, it's still today. People want to hear, people want to raise praises on. We condemn these things. Then few months ago, I would say, because I don't know. 2023, I just few months ago was condemning such things, and why should we be accepting it now?
Few months ago, we said the issue of private care, it was so tight. It's really happening in this country. This is going to Lofa is who? After the people 22 million was used on road. If you use 22 million on road, are you getting please to go Lofa? You 22 million. Where is the 22 million? That's the country will find ourselves, but whatever. The country has to be redeemed. Everything will go on and everything will go to zero. They say our people want is unfolding. And we will not continue to live the thing. You can put the people to the wall. We let you. You say, oh my brother, and it doesn't win, it will be the end of the deal. That's it. Was very bad. The people is the budget. As we speak, nobody knows what is unfolding. He ain't gonna lie that.
Okay, you're welcome. And and not forget a major. I'll call this one major disaster, because that bridge connects Sano County, River says, that is the RTR bridge, all right, which collapsed. So in Riverside County, so it connect Sano, it connect the Riverside. So meaning that people heading from Sano County to get into Riverside, because of the ITR bridge collapsed early this morning, and the Ministry of Public Works came again with something that communication. I saw it, how they have people representing each communities. They have chairmen and other people. They talk to them about certain vehicles that are supposed to use that bridge. Everything at the end of it, the bridge. That bridge, I don't know what that bridge was part of it. So some million I was spending, but it's a complete embarrassment now to the whole south of the country. Sano is cut off. River says they're cut off already. Caller, hello, caller.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh my word.
Hello. Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the network. Hello?
Yeah, you're live. Go ahead. It's up 0776927472. The numbers to call me 0776927472. I'm still waiting on the guys. Our panelists to join me shortly. Go ahead, caller. You're live.
No, I didn't want to we're talking about you coming off.
Lawrence, let's hear you. Sorry.
No, about the motor issue, he won't motor, I can't say. And now,
If I want motorbike, if I want motorbike, you tell me when that, because I saw to get motorbike from the store from Red Light, or to go to the motorbike area store somewhere on the 72nd road or Puebla. Or why you thinking about? But you tell us you go Puebla community, you're selling by there.
No, listen.
Okay.
To get everything, what you do for yourself.
So when they still buy, they what they can carry it. You have seen it before. Okay, so I will save your number, my man. Yeah, it's a good information. I will save your number and be in direct contact with you. Okay, 0776927472. So we'll not go to 72nd. We'll not go to Vitam to the store anymore to get motorbike. The guys say right to Puebla, where the guys they can steal people motorbike there where they carry it and sell it. Hello, caller. Please walk away from the noise. Please walk away from that noise. Yeah, you're alive.
Okay. I want to tell the Liberia people that Guar is the rare president we ever had in the store of Liberia.
Okay.
Guar is working.
Okay.
So, thank you, sir.
Okay. So I want to point in color me. The Boca is working. Ale ya quiet one shot. So I'm not here to talk for long. 0776927472 the numbers to call me on 0776927472. Okay, so we have line one is now on. So just call me on line one. Let me pick up this last caller for line two. Then we'll get back. Line one is now on. That is the 777-285961 number. 0 777-285961 number is now on. 777-285961. So you can call me on a number 0 777-285961. 0 777-285961. So this line is now on. The caller, go ahead, you're live. Are you the caller? It's not good for me. It's not good for me at all. Hello?
Hello.
Go ahead, sir. Let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Richard. I'm calling you from FDA.
FD, let's hear you.
Yeah, FDA community.
You're live. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to appreciate you for what you are saying. You know, your country, brother, I just go out to see for we're getting 2025. I think story will get on. So we just have to pray for the country. That's all, brother. Because the youth are traumatized now.
What kind of story again 2025 now?
2025, this story will come. All the parents, like he said, you know, like brother, parents, like he said, now for sure, you take your life on it, you can do that. To cry on you, stay family, to cry. So we just have to ask God to bless our country. Because the leader that will put in there, the same people. So kind of say, I was talking with you, I brought up people to them, but I will grow out of the in this time, will told you all over. So then, so far as the Lord goes, and then this spiritual maybe when you see someone there. So what will do?
Okay. Go ahead, let's say you're live.
Hello.
The North too much. It's not good, the North.
Hello.
Are you getting me that the North is too much?
You getting me now?
Yeah, you are walking away from your monitor. The feedback is not good for me here in studio.
Okay, and after that, I just left the lines of division. Never put them on Joseph Brother or contact for Joseph. Well, I'm not sure if I will see that street.
So you just go off. So are you here to call a teleman to who you are with the man? I'm gonna call a mayor appointment. I won't call you off again. No. Let's hear you. You are live.
Yes, I am Pastor Joseph Guto and I call from Kakata.
Let's say, Pastor.
Yeah, so we want to thank you for the topic on discussion. You see, sometimes I hear people talking about we got to pray. I think the last time I made certain statements, somebody was saying the pastor give up on God. I can't give up on God. Nobody can give up on God. But my brother, let me just tell you something. God will not come down from heaven and face Liberia for us. God will not come down from heaven. Those days that God sent manna, those days, manna will not come down from heaven. Those days are past. God will only use us as human beings to work on the country. So what will happen if we have our leaders in this country when the country are hot, they don't think that it's not right. They say they are crying. What will not come and fix it for us? Only we pray, we pray. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. Look, Israel, when you're looking for a leader, God send a leader and they refuse. They say we want our own leader. They see that you're doing this, you will do this, you will do this, you will do this. They say yes. So when they went through it, go into the Bible and check it. That went through it. So for now we say we're making a change. This is one time prophets and men say it was the change that the Liberian people wanted. So look right now. Yesterday we're talking about they were killing
nothing. Then somebody told him, oh, the man is working, the man is working. We are used to go when you come by, we will see something on the visit. Send it only going on and down. Even when you were coming into a leadership, the plan you made, the promises, how many is fulfilled?
Pastor, I reach you. Pastor, I reach you for. Now we charge you for Pastor. Minago? The Minago. Oh, the Minago, man. Just call your own show. Hey. I'm first. The Minago, I put it on Minago and make your own show and say we told the people. When other person needs to go, or when you come back, we can see something. The Pastor. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, let's say you're live. Okay, so that's it. We'll get back to the phone. We're still waiting on the team to join us. We'll get back to the phone. So as I was saying, concerning that bridge to Rivers, to yesterday, Rivers says that bridge connects Sano County. Yeah, it connects Sano County. So for that reason, this is total embarrassment. I don't know how much the Ministry of Public Works put into that bridge there, because it's not about, maybe it was not a bridge that was built, but I think of repair. So it's not a system of repair, meaning that something that was already there, but maybe it damaged before. So we just went away, there was small work and other stuff. But it is a major embarrassment, because now people won't have that access again to get to Rivers County. Now to get to Sano County. So I don't know how fast are they going now, because what I'm thinking is the ministry just try break the entire bridge down, forget about the repair building, break the whole bridge down, and just see how best to build a new one. See the bridge that a representative. Go see that bridge that in Nima County. From Musa Hassan Bilete. How can a representative do a whole country project? A whole country is doing, or there's somebody who want to be, they know when you're seeking position, so you're not sure whether you win or not. So you not put your, all your time inside, all your resources. You have to put small money. How can a representative be doing a whole country project? See that bridge in Nima County. Go see that bridge. So why the ministry they couldn't break that bridge down and just build a new one, something concrete, something very strong, and forget about we have meeting with representative, committee leaders, chairman, and we told them that certain vehicles supposed to use the bridge and certain vehicles, because where the committee chairman or the committee leader or who going to be to that bridge every time to know the type of vehicles they're using that bridge. Where the committee chairman, will the committee chairman sit to that place? Will he sit to that bridge all through from January to December to know all the vehicles that use that bridge? Will he know it? Even the security you put to that bridge, will he sit there all through to know the type of vehicles they're going to use that bridge? No. So to just cover on, why can't we just break the whole thing out and we get a new one? So they guarantee that even in the absence of the people there, because we know very well the people that were talking about the bridge, when they are so leave when the place here, the ministry leave from here, they put to go into. So let's get something good for the people. That's what cause serious problem. People should have, again, we're going to be a major disaster again today. People are going to lose their life again to that place only because of just doing or repairing. So how can a representative be doing a whole country project, and you have a whole country doing somebody who want to be represented project? Because when I just try and see, they just repair it, they just put something together, for to hold it now. I can't understand the Ministry of Public Works. I can't understand the minister there. That bridge, a cut off Sano. You don't have access to get to Sano County. You have the access to get to Rivers County, and have been informed that 2 to 3 different counties that bridge connected to. So it's looking at where that bridge is situated. You know the importance of it. That 2 to 3 different counties connected on the bridge here, right? So we have to get something guaranteed here, because if the bridge has to collapse, the 3 counties will be affected. People won't have access to the counties. And what time will it take again to kind of get a new bridge up here before people have access here? So that gets something guaranteed instead of going to repair something. Caller, are you there? Go ahead. Caller, you're live. Hello? Hello? Are you there? So these are major things we should look at. How can things just look? You should look at certain things and say, but the bridge here, we have Sandal County to the bridge. We have Riverside County to the bridge. Yeah, maybe you're going afar, maybe Maryland, or maybe Grand Gila, maybe Lofa, or maybe it's connected. We have counties connected to the bridge. So why can we do something better? You have a representative. Go see that bridge in Nima County from Musa Bedete. Go see it. That's not a repair. A bridge are there already. So if we're going to repair, to go put something there again, long time has damage. Long time that bridge really. Call me on line 1, please. Not line 2. Call me on the 777-285961 numbers. Please call me on, all right? Yeah, please call me on the 777-285961 number. 077-285961. Call me on that number so you can participate. Go ahead, you're live. Yes, sir. Grandpa, so let's hear you.
My brother, the shop, the owner is working. The lawmaker is not working.
It's all working.
I think the lawmaker is not working, but the owner is working.
Okay. The owner working.
Yes. We will talk to when 1 year pass, 2 years, and we will see the owner is not working, but the owner are here and years. The owner is trying.
Okay, the owner.
Because the lawmaker power, they are 10-0. They are not working in the 16 countries. They just won't know. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks for calling too. Go ahead, let's hear you, caller. Caller, you there?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm calling from Togar, Ocean Community. Hello.
Go ahead, you're live.
Yeah, I just said to I grew to the village. They seem to the conversation on the quality. People will come to say, oh, Jallah was doing better. Jallah was doing better. Like the color. When Jallah travel, they can play something to show. You want to compare Jallah administration and the current administration, if you are giving them, but how can you compare a young period or old government? I mean, people talking less than anything before they talk.
Okay.
The other getting on the air time, sometimes when they stop it, I mean, I didn't think they stop because the people are.
So on the topic now, so I should keep you on. Hello. Hello. Listen to me now. You are saying that if the who are you now to tell me to know who topic suit that I should keep them on and who topic that suit I should call them off. So you are talking saying nobody on the topic suit of me that I should keep you on. The guy say all right, Tomalin is on the show already. Yeah, so we have to join Tomalin. He's on the show already. Let's see what we can pick him up. All right. So, my man. So, who are you to tell me to tell us so we can know who top is sweet or who want us to keep them on? Oh my God. Somebody getting us?
Yeah, Ansu,
Yeah,
how are you, man?
he's behind it. Let's see how
Ansu,
best we can put Tamani on.
Ansu, you can hear
Yeah,
me?
man. You can bring Tamani on.
Ansu, you can hear me? Ansu, you can hear
Yeah,
me? You hear me?
yeah, you're alive. See Tamani George, you're alive.
Yeah, my man. I'm down with the COVID, but I
Yeah,
recovered.
yeah,
I
perfect.
I recovered. That's why I've been sick. No kidding. The COVID knocked me down, buddy. Um, no, oh, I hear myself. Oh. Yes. Yeah, I've been sick. No joke. I've been having a tough time with this COVID and uh, no taste, no smell. But at least I feel much better. And at least I hope the new year will meet me with all COVID. I'm sure it's gone already, but just got to manage. But Ansu, it's good to be back on a closing argument. Welcome to all our viewers from across the world. I know wherever you are, this show has been witnessed, monitored, and followed. Uh, we just want to give God the praise, give God thanks for this year. This has been a terrible year for most of us. We have lost a lot of close friends and relatives, loved ones. I know you too have experienced the same thing. And we pray that the coming 2025 will be a better year. We pray that God will bless us. In fact, yeah, still we can never tell. Anything can happen before Wednesday, so we got to be careful because we're living in trying times. Things can happen, you know. Some people that woke up this morning, they won't end up tonight. They won't reach to 2025. So we just got to keep on giving thanks to God and for His grace and His mercy upon us. But Ansu, I just heard a very sad news. Can you confirm it? People confirming it, but I want to hear from you. Maybe you can confirm it. The manager for Boulevard Palace Hotel, they say he committed suicide. He's at the hospital. His body at the hospital at JFK.
Yes. You should check the feedback. Check the feedback.
If that's that small Indian woman, that's my friend. Oh, hey man.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that baby was so nice. Hey man. Oh God. Oh God, I don't know what happened, but I got a message a couple of hours ago, and that he said he committed suicide, and he's at the hospital. Body's at the hospital at JFK. It's so sad. It's so sad. So sad. I mean, I wish my guys trying to find out what's going on. They're trying to dig deeper to find out what's more information.
Okay.
But I just pray that whatever happened, I just pray that news is not true, but people are confirming it, so I don't know. But you know,
Okay.
I've been monitoring you guys talking about the lawlessness in our country. I witnessed a terrible video where somebody was stoned to death. I mean, look, no matter what happens, whether the person committed murder, what the person stole, you cannot take the law in your hands. And then I witnessed that video. Police were now on the scene. I mean, the person was, then later on, somebody gave another story, say, they showed me a picture about a guy and his family, the guy that they killed. So that the man his daughter in welfare, they bought no didn't. So that person died, so that innocent person, and it's not good for anyone for us because it could be you tomorrow. Somebody can just say, roll behind you, and the people jump behind you and start to attack you. You know, that's why when you're in Liberia, the people say you're not bluffing when you're having security behind you because for your own safety. For your own safety. You know, that's why I make sure I travel with my tear gas and my taser, my pepper spray, because all my guys can have it too. Because I'm not going to let somebody just come in and kill me innocently, you know? I mean, it's a lot of
So many things,
I
mysterious
mean,
things happen in the short time.
it's sad. It's sad. And I'm surprised that the Inspector General of Police Gregory Coleman. I mean, he's not doing a good job. I'm gonna be honest with you. He has done a team. He's a very trained police officer, but he's not doing a good job. Since he took over this second stint at the police, he's not doing a good job. Things are out of control. I mean, Liberia at this time, we should have a call center where somebody can just dial 911 or call a number, and the minute they call that number, emergency response should be ready to move forward. We have reached that point. You know, let's be frank. If the people are having, if the government cannot do it, let them and also to a private company, a private person. Okay, a lot of students are graduating from high school. You open a call center, you're taking calls. So they want for police, they want for fire, hospital, and so forth. As soon as you dial that number, it gets to the various places that it's supposed to be responding, and they will get on the scene. I mean, we have 773 electoral districts. Every district should have an ambulance, a fire truck, and a police response, emergency response team ready to respond to emergencies. I mean, it's sad. And that's why when I hear government officials, when they say the person fell off, rushing them to all the country. I mean, that way they should think, say, well, maybe if we had things in place or in order, we won't have to go through this. But look what happened right now in our country. I mean, one of my friends, luckily for him, he just returned from Liberia when he fell off. I told him yesterday, I said, brother, why you're in Liberia? And he fell off in his house. And his children were about to go to church, luckily for him. Okay? I said, brother. He said, Tomalin, if I'm in Liberia, I'm a dead body. Because I fell already in my own house. And luckily for me, my children were there. And they called the 911, the king, they took him to the hospital. Why if he was in Liberia? He was staying in Liberia. We would have lost our other brother. I mean, it's sad, look. And you don't get to understand these things until it happens to you, when you come close to home. This is why it should be out of us business. And I mean, I'm just surprised. I don't know. Dr. Elizabeth M. Gay Kamara, she said Liberia is regressing instead of progressing. That's true. She's not lying. We are retrogressing. I mean, it's sad for the country. And my friends people that visiting Liberia, they call it the December there. Yeah, I told most of them, make sure you get your medicine, take your pills. If you on prescription medicine, take your pills. What you gotta do, be careful. Exercise.
People are still finding it.
I come in just now. Yeah, continue.
Yeah. People are still finding it difficult to get access to police. Sometimes when they are in trouble, people still find it so hard to get access to police. The police when they are in private. You understand? Like how the story is going. Some people are saying, he's not a motorbike road. Some people also saying he went to, I think, to rescue or to help someone. People still find it difficult to have access to police. See where that incident took place. At the 72nd, before we reach 72nd junction on that Boulevard Road. See how long. I was just going to look at the time in which that incident took place. The motorbike rider, the fellow who were also involved. I want you to just start to calculate the time everything went on. When people were there on the side, throwing stool and other stuff on the other fellow, how long it took. People still find it difficult to have access to police. You think it's the police on the normal patrol or to the major intersection where that stuff happened, even if on road, that's what we're saying. We should have the intervention of the police as soon as possible. But that thing happened, you go see the time. People throwing stool, I mean, there were no police. People still find it difficult to have access to police when they are in private. Even to your house at night hour, criminal people that come to your place, you call the police, you call. So if this type of things can be happening in a center, especially the city, In the city, this is what happening. You find it difficult to have access to police when you're in private. Start thinking about the rural area. Start thinking about the rural G. Son of when they get 5 or 4 police officers, grand jury, we have 4 or 5, 6 police officers in the city. People were stoning that young man at that boulevard. In the city, people still finding it difficult to get police because if police were there, police are going to intervene sooner and know what's happening, what's going on. Even if the young men are rogue, they were going to pull in over. If the young man is not a rogue, police are going to intervene. But the people took more than 30 minutes throwing stone at that young man without police intervention. No police in the city? No
Well,
police?
my friend, I don't know what he's doing in Liberia. I know he was Magnus Kessel. I know he went to Liberia. He told me he was going to Liberia. I don't know whether he's still there, but he said the country has a completely void of quality leadership. I was so disappointed to see all of the police mobile resources assigned to escort public officials and VIPs, and that's exactly what people are saying. Magnus is not lying. People are saying that the police, most of the police are being assigned to escort people. I mean, if the guys want to be VIPs, hire your own escort. Hire your own escort. Okay? The people that are really entitled to VIP in the country, the president, the vice president, the first family, the second family, the speaker, deputy speaker, the chief justice. I think yes. And the pro tem. But besides that, every minister, lawmaker, this person, they have their own people, have the escort. I mean, everybody want to be VIP. They want to be in an escort. It's so sad. And I don't know how long we'll continue with this, but if we continue in this manner, something going to happen. I'm afraid. Something going to happen. Something going to happen. Something going to happen.
Yes, sir.
I mean, look at it. I mean, it's so terrible. I mean, if that man, and this is the guy they killed, right? Right, Ansu?
Yeah.
No, people are saying this guy is the wrong person. I mean, and people say that there's people taking the rock and I mean, people, oh my God, for motorbike, and people will kill somebody like that and nobody do nothing about it. Eh? What is that? Oh, I mean, if somebody can just roll behind you and everybody run behind you and it starts stoning you. Eh? If you, man, I'm out of words though. I'm out of words. I'm out of words, you know. I'm out of words that what's happening in the country is sad. It's sad. Johnny and Debbie.
This is exactly what happened here. As I said, in a just short period of time, so many things happen. The other guy, I think you heard about the story about the fellow who killed his father on Christmas Day.
Yeah, what's that story?
Another man who killed his father on Christmas Day because of Christmas morning. The father should provide Christmas for him. So a lot of things. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what the country is saying though. Yeah.
I mean, look at this one. If I can't do anything, if I can't, they do that country good. You go to nightclub to drink, you carry a police man behind you. Look, they got people that are looking for a job. You hire some young men there, these body builders there. Take about 2-3 of them, carry them behind you, pay them. They just put in the t-shirt and they go with you. The pepper spray and the taser. Okay? And they go with you if you want protection. But you don't take the taxpayer paid people and take them behind you. Man, it's so sad. It's sad. I mean, like Musu Kopa is saying, no single person who stopped them from killing that boy. I mean, I saw people just going there back and forth. Some people don't even have the heart to say, I mean, you killing somebody, you think that good you do to that person? And some of them had nothing to do with it, but they won't be in, they won't be part of the fries. They won't show up. They won't count their rack and jump and run and do this one. They did it to one woman a couple of years ago. So the woman, it wish, stop hit that woman that woman died. What's that? Yeah, I mean, it's sad though. And I don't know how long this will continue, but somebody's going to get mad and say, we'll put a stop to this thing. That's what I'm saying. Anything happen in Liberia, anytime from now, I won't be surprised. Anything that takes place in Liberia, I won't be surprised. Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, Tomalin.
Johnny, first
Yes,
of all,
how you doing?
let me express my condolences to your institution, man.
Yeah, my man.
Yeah.
Normally it is hard to accept, but
Yeah.
that's it. And the last time I was there when we celebrated his 100th birthday, actually we're informed, about everything that will be happening. We should begin to celebrate him because anytime the good old law calls upon him, the federal government will be in charge. And so that's it. I mean, the old man
He lived
message he sent,
a well-deserved, a well-dignified
yeah,
life.
the old man message he sent was that if you want to honor him and to contribute towards his charity, his organization, another thing is you should live for humanity. I think that would be good for us. Instead of grieving his death or mourning him, it would be good to just do those things that will help humanity. And a lot of us, almost every one of us that work with this old man, President Jimmy Carter, we learn a lot from him. We learn a lot about life, our interaction with his family. For the matter of fact, on 2 occasions, I interacted with his grandson, who is now the executive director or the chairman of the board of directors for the center. I mean, in 2017, he was here for the election. He met with us. In fact, at the time, as I call it short-term observers, or I call it mentor. I had to give them an update on the Liberian society, Liberian culture, Liberian tradition, because they were going to be assigned in, the rural part of Liberia towards that the election. And the second time I met with him was recently when I went to the U.S. at the Carter Center. We had an interaction there, and we talked a bit about Liberia and all the rest of it. But again, the family was expecting it. He had been in hospice for pretty much, I think, about a year or two. And so that's it, The old man lived his life. I mean, the old man lived the life. I mean, from our perspective, he succeeded more as former president than even when he was president for America.
Yes, that's true.
He impacted the war more than when he was president of America.
That's true.
Seriously.
Look, he lived a he had a life well lived, and my thoughts. I mean, the Carter family, I'm sure they are mourning him, but he was a consequential president after his presidency. He did a lot of things. Even he was involved in Liberia. He's still involved in Liberia. Even during our Liberian crisis, he was involved.
Oh yeah, yes.
And he helped to bring Taylor to the table. People don't know. He helped to bring Taylor to the table. People accuse him, but he was trying to make everybody's happy. And President Carter, imagine of all persons, Trump and all paying glory and tribute to him. And all the in fact, he last what he said, I want to vote for Kamala before I die. And
if that was when I was there, I think he voted 2 days after I left Delaware, because I stay in Atlanta at Central Time, Atlanta for 2 nights, and I left to go Delaware. So that was when he said you're going to vote. That was the last thing he would do, and you hope that Kamala will win the election to see it. And that wish was not achieved. But however, that's the will of God.
Yeah, so we just want to say our thoughts and prayers with the Carter Center and the Carter family. And President Carter will long be remembered. His legacy will continue to live on for his humanitarian work and all he did for humanity and world peace. He won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1979, 1980, in 2000. Yes, because don't forget, he was very instrumental in bringing Israel Prime Minister Menachem Begin and late Egyptian President Anwar Sadat and the Camp David Accord brought peace between Israel and Egypt. And Sadat, but the only thing that damaged him was when the Iranians rebel forces took over the Americans, 444 Americans in Tehran, and and then the price of fuel went up, and but besides that, President Carter was a great man. His legacy will continue to live on, and we just want to say we want the best for his family and wish them well. 100 years old. How many will live that years? We don't know. We're praying to wish it.
I'm telling you, my man.
Live his life, and we just want to say we would miss President Carter. His work, his legacy will continue to live on in our hearts, and people that even didn't meet him, but they will also benefit from it. But Ben and Abu, welcome. But we've just been talking about the lawlessness in the country, about the people that people just dying, people killing people. Look at that, and people that
why is Johnny on the show?
Actually, I just lost power. I was just about to come on, and the power went off.
And that's the problem in our country. The man on Tuporo, power gone.
But it's being addressed.
No, but by this time, the power should be over. I want to welcome Professor Kennedy. He coming to give us his last. I mean, at least for the end of the year, he coming to at least bless us tonight with some.
My professor there. My professor there. That's my professor.
He's reached a lot of knowledge, everything. I mean, so he understands a lot of stuff. He will share his perspective on President Carter and the lawlessness in Liberia, what's been going on in the last couple of days. But guys, let's make the show lively. Let's take over the show.
All right.
So what Tomalin?
I mean, I want you to do most of the talking tonight, Professor Kennedy. We haven't heard from you, so Tom, do most of the talking tonight.
So let me make my small comment about the issue of the lawlessness. You know, this is just one of the several things that have been happening around the country. It's not just in this regime. It has been growing since the end of the Civil War. And from my perspective as a social scientist or student of sociology, social problems should be the concern of every government or every leadership. Social problems is linked to the economy of the country. So you imagine people are struggling in this country to have ends meet. People are actually struggling in this country. You understand? So, I mean, I do not justify killing anybody for anything, for any reason, for that matter of fact. But let's just look at the mindset, the emotional situation. Most of you guys are around Morovia here. I will tell you, for you guys, they are breadwinners of families, for their mothers, for their mother and father, their parents. Some of them are breadwinners for almost like 5-10 persons. They are actually surviving on one motorcycle. You know, you can imagine you're already frustrated. You don't feel good being a motorcyclist, but because that's the only option you have, and somebody comes and attack you and take it away to run away from you. The emotional response to it. I do not justify the action taken, but I've got one of the understand the root causes of some of these actions. You know, sometimes people will disagree with me on matters based on I'm looking at the root cause instead of what is today. We're looking at, we are all angry about this. Yeah, it's not good, you know, to just be somebody brutally in the street and kill them. What is the root cause of this kind of behavior? This is a serious behavior problem. And this is where I expect the leaders of the state to begin to look for the social scientists, the psychiatrists, to do a social analysis of the country. Why this problem? Why you want to govern a place where lawlessness is becoming the order of the day? You know, why do you want to govern a place where People who decide to drive on the opposite lane, you start to advise them, they abuse you or they tell you something. People who decide to do the wrong thing, and if you want to do the right thing, they say you're from the village. Can you imagine? I gave a little lift today, and then she was trying to cross the road, and I told her, stop, go to the crosswalk and cross. There where you are safe. And then when she got to the crosswalk, she said, but I'm going in town. I said, go to the crosswalk. When you cross the road, I will start for you and carry you in town for a lift. She got in the car with me. She said, my brother, people say when going to the crosswalk, they say we're stupid. They say we're village. I said, for true, man, the crosswalk is the safe place for you. Anywhere else you cross the road, you're not safe. Everybody now you down. Traffic law will not even hold the person responsible. But because of we can feel for each other, that we can take burden. But go to the crosswalk and cross the road. So imagine when you do the right thing, they say you're stupid in your country. What kind of country we got? What kind of people are we in this country? So I mean, I feel so bad that we call it how the kind of men and dangerous things happening, people killing each other. But we have to sit down to know what is the root cause of this kind of behavior problem we have in Liberia. Thank you.
Yeah, the issue about that, the manager at Borough Palace, Costa just
coming. Or the Borough coming.
Informing that he passed. He did pass. He's passed. But Prof, you go ahead.
The Prof or me?
I will yield to you, Abu. Go ahead.
Okay.
Abu's just so impatient. He's
no, I'm
so
not
impatient.
That's the reason why we are asked. Don't get me off track. Oh, man. Yeah, good being back. I've been out here for a couple of days due to some domestic issue. As we gear towards the end of the year,
Domestic violence.
I want to extend compliments of the season to both our followers in radio land and social media and to the panelists on the show. It is regrettable that we lost two of our citizens yesterday, though they are alleged to be criminals. In my mind, what took place yesterday, having been victim of the stealing of these guys, I was not actually pleased as to the video I watched yesterday when they were being brutalized and led to their demise, were beaten. But too many, let me share my experience. June of this year, I have two of my close friends that decided to help because they had nothing doing. About 2 motorbikes, June of this year. Unfortunately, one of the fellow passed. He was killed by those guys.
Wow.
Only because he resisted them. And I'm going to send the picture of the guy. He told one of them to Tupuro. The guy said he's going to Tupuro. In fact, going to see his children mother. And then the guy said he's already I think they may just drop you. And then I'll just come back. Unfortunately, for the guy to money when the man went, the guy attempted something drive from him. Only to know 2 fellow came stepping from the back. So why resisting him? And man, I don't know where to took the arm from. They fired the guy.
Wow.
Yes. They fired the guy. I'm going to send the picture of the guy. So that's how the guys have been wicked. They don't want to suffer. They just want to be seen, as fresh boys and girls around here. Though I don't support more violence, but in my mind, the beating that led to the demise of the 2 of them yesterday, I think was worth it. In my mind, worth it. Yes.
Oh, what you say?
Yes.
Anyway.
Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Listen. Yesterday, too many.
Yes.
Yesterday. Right after that incident.
Yeah.
Julius J of OKFM go on his page. Reported that another motorcyclist was killed yesterday. I think at about 9 p.m. He was shooting his head only because he attempted resisting the criminals from taking away back. I'm going to say in that post so we can place it up. So that's how heartless these guys are. They are heartless.
Okay. Okay, but I come in, Ben. For Ben coming, the professor. Welcome to the Peabody. Let me see. Yeah, well, I mean, but Abu, on a serious note, right? The citizen, the security of the country is in the hands of the government. So if no, there should be, we shouldn't be protecting ourselves. No, that what they pay taxes for, to protect lives and property. So to justify because somebody's, no matter what that person stole, I mean, or even killed, you are protected. You are given protection. Okay, I mean, it's your statement is very disappointing. I'm unfortunate to say that.
Disappointing for what reason? To money.
To
Do you know
justify,
what you guys go through? Somebody go. Do you know what you
Yeah,
guys
but-
go through? Somebody's
anyway,
for 10, 15 years. They bought a
that
bottle by
actually- I agree. But
people.
no, but nobody should kill people for that reason. We got law and order. But anyway, then you from Ben.
People to take away their back.
You know,
I get 2 years
You
of
know,
my experience. I get 2 years of my experience.
I'm a little surprised, but not too surprised with Abu's response. But anyway, Abu, that's okay. But let me tell you, a lot
No,
of
you
these
kidding?
things.
Other innocent people here didn't say it's a surprise.
Yeah, I'm
What?
coming now.
You're not feeling
I'm
that?
coming. Abu, I think probably you need to take the time to research mob violence. What are the reasons that usually lead people to do these kind of things, and then see if we are actually solving those problems. One of the reasons, if you actually read about mob violence, and to be honest, it's not only in Liberia. One of the reasons why people usually go to that area is because leaders, one, corruption is a bigger piece of it. When people do not trust their leaders, they do not trust the system will not be on the side. But yet, and still, we should not encourage it. We should not allow human beings to be killed in such a manner. And it has been happening in all of the government. It happened when during the election. There's this guy from CDC who was mauled, a human being mauled into like a sheet, and nobody said anything about that thing. And it is in 2023, 2024.
I just seen you picture of the fellow.
Hold on.
Sure, what's that?
When we have cameras that people can see people. The reason why these things will still be happening, because the people who do these things, they are on cameras and nothing will happen to them. So they feel that yes, they can do it again. Abu, it should not be happening. And for you who support this government to be saying that it is right, I'm sorry.
I mean, that's my view. That's not the view of the government. That's my view, Chief.
Okay, let's welcome Robert and Professor Kennedy to hear from you. I know you got a lot to tell us.
I sent you picture. Can you
man.
Well, let you, Professor Kennedy.
Yeah, let's jump right into it. So first of all, if you're saying you're going to have an arrest agenda where the T in arrest is tourism, there's no way you're going to attract tourists to that country if you don't have law and order. There's a direct relationship between security and safety and having tourists come to your country. Countries that have very good safety and security that attract tourism. You can have individuals determining what justice is, right? So justice is what? You steal somebody's motorcycle, you kill them. Well, what if another person say, you step on my shoes, I can hit you with a bat and kill you? Is that justice? No, there have to be. That's why you have a penal code, you have constitution, and you have rule of law. So if the government doesn't have the ability, the capacity, the willpower to make sure that justice is equally distributed, then the government is worthless. They're just wasting people's time, right? They should just pretty much do like what happened in Lebanon a few years ago, just resign and go find something else to do. So if you're going to attract tourists, you need to have security, not just for the tourists, but mainly for your people. But let me pick it back on what my brother Johnny mentioned early on. One of the reasons, there's so many reasons, and Ben started touching on this as well. There's so many reasons why you have what is happening right now. A lot of it has to do with also unemployment. And remember, I mentioned this one time, and I will say it again. This came from Ansu Sirleaf. You can go online, you can find it. Back in November of 2013, Ansu Sirleaf said the number of young people unemployed in Liberia is a serious threat to national security, because that level of unemployment can also lead to chaos and can lead to the country falling back into civil war.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Social
because like
problem.
what's his name? The guy from UNITA said years ago. He said with $10,000 he can raise an army and overthrow any government in Africa, because the governments in Africa do not do right by the people. They do not put the money. They do not have the political system. They do not have the economic system that would benefit everyone. Look at the fiasco people are fighting over, ignoring the rule of law and trying to run a coup d'etat on the speaker. I mean, you're not going to be successful in a country where people can game the system in such a way to benefit a small segment. Because eventually, what goes around comes around. People might use the same strategy to probably remove the president one day because they would say they have a majority. So we got to be careful. The rule of law is there for a reason, to make it fair across the board for everyone. So we got to follow that. I just want to, before I swing it back over to you, Chief, do people feel better 1 year into this administration? Or are you feeling better today than you did at the start of this administration? Do you think that the administration has accomplished what it set out to accomplish? So that's something, if people put something in the chat, I would be willing to read it out and we can discuss that as well. But I can tell you right now, the administration came in with the president almost passing out when he was giving his inaugural address. It shows such a level of incompetence. They didn't recognize the heat that did and how to address the president. Then it goes all the way down to the president firing or suspending the central bank governor. Completely illegal. And no one even worried about that. There's a reason why when President Trump over here in the US tried to mess with Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Bank, the US Congress stood up against him. Look at the act that formed the central bank. Presidents cannot do that. But the president himself has been violating the laws and people haven't done anything about it. The lawmakers haven't said anything about it. It's just accepted in the country as the norm. So you're not going to get anywhere unless you start fixing the rule of law, unless you start fixing the economic system, you start fixing the political system. That's why the guys who won the Nobel Peace Prize in economics, Acemoglu and Robinson, if you focus on the political system, you will come to realize that a lot of the issues happening in Liberia is because of politics. There's only one country in sub-Saharan Africa that's never been to civil war. They never had a coup d'etat. The reason that country has been successful, they put in place the governance, the rule of law, the political system, the economic system for everybody. When that country did that, they never had this experience that the other 53 countries in Africa, in Africa has suffered. So look, man, we're moving into 2025. Do you feel optimistic that things are going to change in 2025 with this administration? Are you feeling optimistic that the unemployment, the number of young people unemployed the number is going to go down and get better? I don't know. So we can talk about it. Chief, I'll swing it back to you.
Well, guys, we got more to talk today. We'll talk about this lawlessness in Liberia, talking about the
Tomalin, I'm sending the video, like the photo of the guy that was killed last night.
Yeah, we got a lot to talk about, but just to confirm, I just got a confirmation now. Anwar Footloop, general manager.
When I kill him for nothing.
Anwar Footloop, the general manager of the Boulevard Palace Hotel, has been confirmed dead after he reportedly ingested a toxic chemical. Health authority at the JFK Center announced his passing on Monday evening. According to preliminary reports, he allegedly consumed caustic soda, a highly corrosive substance typically used in cleaning. The incident occurred during a visit to a friend's residence on 9th Street, where he frequented. The ingestion caused critical internal injuries, including severe damage to his throat and digestive tract. Medical efforts to save him proved futile. Well, I knew him very well. Mr. Footloop, a very nice man. I think most of us, everybody who ever visited Boulevard Palace or even stayed there, you met him. He was always there to welcome you. I'm just sorry that he passed in this manner. May his soul rest in peace.
But we have to establish if it's the case. That is the report that's reportedly. So
but the fact the man he's dead. The fact that he's dead.
He's dead.
Yeah, so
we
that's what I
gotta
was
find
saying.
the cause of death.
No, he's there. He's there.
But he is reading medical reports, so
Yeah, I get
That
it from
report not from JFK. It's from a purported who are publishing it.
Yeah.
That
Anyway,
medical report from JFK. You the medical man.
That medical report.
that's the reason he was reading from the hospital. I'm asking
let us
you.
not
from the
argue.
hospital.
Let us not
That
argue.
medical report, man.
The idea he's dead at all. But
Somebody, where you
guys,
read that?
Too many. I'm not
where you read that
judging.
report
I understand.
Come in 1 minute.
I just read it. I mean, reports coming, but I know he's
You know,
dead.
when-
And
I'm not
read it
different
from?
with
Who
you.
gave
I'm
the
not,
report?
Georgie,
and-
I'm not different with you, right?
No,
But
I
I'm saying
understand.
that report is not from JFK.
yeah, but in several chat rooms and his report
Who
I'm
gave the
seeing too,
report? Somebody,
also in
where
several
you
chat
read it
rooms where
from?
people
I
are
thought,
credible.
I thought he was reading.
But anyway,
I thought
guys,
he-
let me
I
talk.
thought he
We
was-
got a
No,
lot
high
to
blood
talk
pressure.
about.
High blood pressure.
We got a lot to talk about tonight. We got a lot to
I
talk about
thought he
tonight.
was reading a medical report
But
because
so
the way how he said it,
guys,
he
y'all please,
just said,
y'all make it
That's what I
show,
said.
make it so lively now. So we got a lot to talk about tonight. The lawlessness in Liberia. I know we'll also talk about President Carter's passing. He was a great man to the world.
Tomorrow we can discuss
And,
our government 1 year in review, man.
Man,
So that will
we'll
be
talk about
tomorrow.
Man, please.
But
But,
tomorrow, why
I know-
you don't have many people following. Tomorrow, why
Abu, stop it, man. Abu, just step on the show. Abu, come on now. We'll talk about everything.
Remember the show there, the flavor, Abu.
We'll talk about the government performance. Oh yeah, we'll talk about that. But let's give Robert his 2 minute period, 2 minutes, and then we'll get back to business. Robert, your 2 minutes, then we'll get back to business.
Thank you.
Wow, don't
Mr.
take
Mora.
18 minutes today.
Thank you, Mr. Mora. Thank you.
They come and dragging Myean just now.
My man,
Thank
you
you.
have to
Man,
have a few women.
don't even get me started. But let that man you been here. Lord.
Man, you
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. But I think that I enjoyed the professor and what he said. But let me just start with my 2 minutes by reminding my friend Abu that there's no justification for theft in any form whatsoever. But any justification for mob violence is a serious threat to the future of our country and the rule of law. Because when people who have committed crimes in any society where the rule of law supersedes any other action, and those who have fallen victim of these crimes will understand that these criminals are taken to court. You allow them that day in court, and if found guilty of the crime alleged, their punishment under our laws for those who have stolen what does not belong to them. And so when we are having discussions about what we saw recently, and I think we've got to be very careful in what we say in an attempt to justify the actions of what we witnessed. But what we saw from Myean is beyond just the theft or the reaction to that. For me, is the future of our country. And to watch young men who were not even victim of the crime committed, to watch these men, even after the criminal is helpless, is on the ground, all you've got to do is just subdue him and call the cops. To see these young men take rocks, big rocks, to stone him to death raises a question beyond just the crime that have been committed. We are walking in a society in Liberia where you have murderers. There are a group of people, and young people, by the way, who knows nothing other than death, crimes, hideous crimes, murders, wickedness. They don't have no empathy. They don't understand what empathy is. We are dealing with a situation of mental health issues.
Excellent.
dealing with a situation of psychological issues.
Right.
We're dealing with a situation that is deeper than what we see, what we see on the surface. And anyone, you don't have to go to school to understand this, but any decent human being, and I will re-emphasize decency, will watch that in a country like Liberia, who have gone through such a patriotic civil war, and will understand that what we are dealing with requires serious action now. And this is not politics, because I don't think any of the government have done what they're supposed to do with regards to reintegration, rehabilitation, reintegration, and the opportunities that these young men and women need to become productive citizens in our country. We have not done that. And so, Abu, I don't want us to get so defensive because this is happening under the watch of a political party that we subscribe to. This is not a political matter. This is an issue that is deeper. One second. This is an issue that is deeper. There is absolutely no justification for mob violence in this century, and or in a country that again values the rule of law and order. Okay. It is worrisome when you see what we saw on national TV. And if I was Joseph Boakai or any other decent Liberian, that scared me. It scares me to the point where even people like us who are considered fortunate, you're driving your vehicle and you go into an area that you're not supposed to be in, anything could potentially happen to you only because of your financial status. This is concerning, and it's only because a lot of these men and women grew up in a system of chaos and war and death. They know no other means. And after all of these years, as a government, as a country, we've done nothing to try to re-energize and re-change that mindset. Action is needed now, and now, or else you will see a lot of these things happening. Thank you.
I mean, you really said it, and Professor Kennedy, he said it right when he said, look, we all want Liberia to move forward. We want investment to come in Liberia, the country to grow and develop. But like somebody said earlier, I think Professor and somebody alluded to it too. No investment will come in Liberia if the country is lawless. In fact, even if they were dare to come, you know what's going to happen? They're going to if this thing is $1, they will sell it for $20 because they know it's a risky environment. They won't get their profit from that. So the insurance will be high. So we should not.
Yeah, but not cut you up, but you can't as a tourist. Why am I putting myself into danger? If I don't feel safe to spend my money, I'm not begging people. If I don't feel safe in every country that we go for tourist purposes, we do our due diligence. Safety is very, very key. If I don't feel safe to walk around, to spend my money, to sightsee, why am I going to that country?
But Robert, I think maybe both people come in. I know Professor help on that. But Robert, in business, look, people take risks because if you think the people fighting war in Ukraine right now, there are people that are there trying to make money out of that war. They are risk. They are taking a risk to go there to make money. So people risk because they try to make they'll make profit. So they will take risks. Not everybody will do it. But if I know I can make some quick bucks in Iraq as a businessman, I want to take that risk to gamble.
That's a different issue.
So, in Liberia, somebody can say, well, Liberia get pound, but I'll take risk, but I will sell the thing I'm selling for $5, I'll make it $20 to make that profit. So that can happen.
Let me ask you before the professor come in. Let me ask you, Professor, before you come in, 1 second. We were having a conversation yesterday. Why do you think that we're building a big project in Liberia right now? And one of the discussion that my parents and I have been having, Professor, is do we hide the beautiful structure of our house because of safety purposes, or do we take precaution to enclose? A lot of times when you see homes in Africa, people say, is this a prison compound? Because you have huge fence and you have barbed wires in addition to that. and people cannot even see the beauty of the house until you actually enter the house. Security is very important, even for, I'm not even talking about tourists. I'm not talking about people who don't understand the mindset in Liberia. I'm talking about you and I, who have been out the country for a long time and have worked so hard. We are very privileged, and we may even be at risk. We don't work in the government, but we may be at risk because of our education level, because of our status financially, and because we are privileged. Think about a tourist who is entering a country like Liberia. Even if you decide to go in single to spend your money, what I'm saying to you, Tomalin, is single doesn't even feel safe. Single does not feel safe because when you get out of your car, you have committed no crime other than the fact that you are more privileged than 70-85% of the masses. You could be targeted. You could be murdered. You could be harmed. You could be killed, not because you're stolen something, but because of your financial status, because people around your neighborhood are struggling and you are in this fence, you're living privilege. So you have to spend more money on security. Security is very, very important. So if Professor is taking his children to Liberia and he's never been to Liberia before, and he goes and do his due diligence and he sees what just happened and what is happening across the country, what will entice him to want to go to Liberia to do one thing, spend money in Liberia? Professor, go ahead.
Yeah, so what you both are saying are true, and let me just tell you quickly what that means. So Robert is looking at it from a tourist perspective, and Chief is looking at it from a foreign direct investment perspective. Let me tell you why you both are correct. From a tourist perspective, all the other countries in the region, they are competing for tourists. So if I'm considering Liberia versus Uganda, or, I would say, well, what is the security risk over in Uganda compared to Liberia? And based on what we're seeing happening in Liberia, I'm not going to go to Liberia. I'll go to Uganda. Or I'll go to Rwanda. You will be watching English soccer. You'll see the advertising, visit Rwanda. From a tourist perspective, I will go somewhere where it is safer because I want to take my family. I want to have a good time. I don't need to watch my back every second of the day. From a foreign direct investment perspective, there's such a thing called risk versus reward. The more risk I'm taking, the more I want to be rewarded. So there will be some people who will be willing to take that level of risk. But again, they're doing so at their own risk because we've seen business people get robbed in the country and nothing came out of it. So, but if you do manage to be successful as a business person and invest in the country because of the risk level, you can ask for a higher return on your investment. You can certainly do that. But as a whole, foreign direct investments in Liberia between 2018 to 2022 has fallen. Why? The environment is chaotic. It is not safe for you to put your money in there because you more than likely will not get it out. From a tourist perspective, the number of tourists going to the country, I would say it's mainly Liberians going there to visit for vacation. But you don't make all of your money just from Liberians revisiting. You want to bring the Asians, because Asians make the largest population right now of tourists. Tourists, 1 out of every 9 jobs in the country is in the tourism or the hospitality sector. But nobody gonna go to Liberia. Look, the video of what took place in Liberia, because we live in this world today where social media, information travels extremely fast on social media. That thing is going to spread like wildfire. If I go on the internet and I search Liberia to visit, because the number of people that have tagged that video will pop up on someone interested in visiting Liberia, and that would be a complete distraction to visit Liberia. But let me tell you this before I close real quick. Look, you need to be able to enforce the law. You will always have these gangsters in every country. We saw recently in New York, police officers handcuff a prisoner and they beat him. The next day he died. The key difference, those police officers are going to be prosecuted and jailed. But
correction officers, not police officers.
Correction officers. Thanks so much, Pewee.
Yeah, all security apparatus, Pewee.
No, but correction officer, not police.
Hey, man,
the professor is right. I just want to say,
yeah, correction officers. And you see the great thing about it, because the body can't prove that.
Yes.
But the key difference is they are going to be prosecuted. Because the district attorney, she came out, she said we're going to prosecute them. The Department of Justice is going to. But in Liberia, if you don't set an example of prosecuting people to do for these things, you will have this kind of ridiculous mob justice going on all the time. And if we're beating up people for stealing money, then government officials got to be worried because they're stealing the most money out there. You know? So then you don't watch their back. So maybe that's the justification for them taking 3 to 4 bodyguards with them when they go clubbing. But that's nonsense. The country's not going to move forward if you're doing this kind of nonsense. You got to put in place some real stringent laws. You got to enforce the rule of law. You know, you can't have lawmakers that are breaking the laws, getting away with it. So the people that will say, "Oh, you know something, this is okay," but it is not okay. It is not okay. We got to put a stop to this nonsense. And the president, he needs to step up and be the transformational leader that he promised the people. He said he was going to be a transformational leader. He was going to put good governance in place. Have we seen it this entire year? Absolutely not. The year started off as a fiasco, and it looks like it's going to end as a fiasco. I'll soon get back to you, Chief.
Yeah, people coming. But yeah, what the lady said, over 400,000 viewers already. Now, when is that video? I mean, it's not good for the country.
No, it is. It is quite frankly, we are, and I have said the last time that we will be saying some positive things about the country moving forward. And I've been saying this on, but this is troubling on a more serious note. And the basis of crimes, again, back to the country, the process is about we looking at both violent and non-violent crimes, if you will. Is a very serious thing when it comes to the process of investment. First and foremost, in our country, we first look at the causes of those things: the violent crime, the financial and property crimes. We look at theft and other major issues that will unfold in the country. But to see those kind of graphic killing of someone, and basically it was live, if not live, but it was almost live. It was live because one of the guy, the local TV, online TV station took that live. And I was saying to one of the journalists that spoke to me from Liberia, it's about time that the police chief and the Minister of Justice, the Attorney General, were to move and deploy their intelligence to get most of those guys, particularly what Ra was trying to describe, the guy that took I didn't see, I could not manage to really see it to the end. But I saw the guy putting the stool or looking at him on me. I've been seeing those kind of things. As a Peking or late child, very innocent child, I saw some of those kind of graphic activities in Kakata, Mangibi County, to where it's called God Bless You Gate, where I saw a man being beheaded live. I saw that. And that trauma will always live with me. And then another thing that I saw yesterday was to see those folks trying to kill this guy live, wherein they hit him. You saw is the guy responding in the way that it's just graphic. It is beyond description in terms of the way they went about perpetrating the kind of inhumane act yesterday. So one thing I would say, and on a most serious note, investors will not want to see the kind of climate, because part of the process will be why if some of our expatriate or employees are navigating, trying to negotiate their way through some area in Monrovia or South Monrovia, and then they hit someone mistakenly. So yes, so that angry crowd will go and grab all those in the car, maybe that was accident, and start to mock them there. So they want to take the risks of hiring the expatriate to come back and work or coming to do investment in the country. Is troubling for our society. There's no government that will see if we have those things coming up time to time. It's about time that the police chief and the Minister of Justice do everything you can. And what I want you to do is that deploy everything, Mr. Police Director. Arrest the major actors in these things, parade them on camera, charge them appropriately, arraign them to court, and punish them heavily. And then by that, you're sending signals to would-be perpetrators that this country is not open to those kind of lines. There's not a graphic crime coming up, and if it is not organized crime, it's individualistic crime or organized crime. The rate of crime being perpetrated in our society today is alarming. And the government will have to come out to stem this process to help our country move forward. So you open the country up for potential investment and investors to come and see the climate of the possibility of doing so. Because to see those things unfolding in the country and no one is there to say anything, and folks are there celebrating. This is entrenched in our society. I agree. Part of the reason why folks are doing this is they believe there's no justice system. No, but that's not the answer to them. That's not the answer to them. The answer, so we should begin the process of ensuring that the rule of law and the justice system is a system that they can rely and hope on. We need to do that. But before we can do that, it's part of time that we begin the process of enforcing a kind of an enforcement mechanism that will help us stem this kind of a thing of people just taking the laws into their hand and gruesomely or graphically engaging in taking the life of other people in a way that will scare potential visitors, potential investors from going back to the country. And it's not only the level of investment, it's the level of other people seeing our country as a very ruthless country in the way that they need to visit what we have casual visitation for tourist purposes that will stop them of rethinking their visitation and process. So we all understand the country. We move through the country and we go places and other things. I agree that the level of crime in our country is not as, I think it's the basis of the mob kind of a action that we have in the country. Even if a motorcyclist were to be hit by a moving vehicle, you will see they will move and burn that vehicle. It's not only about those that are going to get involved in stealing motorcycle or if it's a regular accident or intended regular accident, and that the driver of that moving object ran into a motorcyclist, and God forbid that motorcycle having to die, they will move to burn that vehicle. That is wrong. But to the contrary, to the flip side of it, if a motorcyclist come and hit a moving car, bust your tail light, they will just swing and they gone. Yeah, Rawa, are you right? So they will swing, they just swing and they gone. But if the other way around, that's a problem. So I think the police will have to enforce this process, and it's about time now that the government start to look at this process quickly. Look at this process about how we bring in motorcycles and other things that are causing problems for our country. Motorcycles have been causing a lot of problems for Liberia. They use it for armed robbery. They use it for a lot of things, and the guys themselves are not disciplined. The government have to take some action.
Yeah, but there's a Sylvester. This is not the first time. I see you guys talking about folks wanting to go to Liberia, and to invest on tourism. But we've seen a couple of times people who invest in Liberia. We saw the manager at Lock 2 times. They kill folks at Lock. In Grand Bassa Carney somewhere. Those people were killed. Did we ever hear what happened to the perpetrator of those crimes? Nothing. The fact is, when you have a country where
which crime are you talking about? In Grand Bassa?
Yeah, when the manager for Lock was killed.
Yeah, they were apprehended, and he's in jail. The guy in jail. They were apprehended. That I know about.
I'm not sure, but I think 2 times people were killed on that side.
Yeah. They are in South Beach. They are in jail.
And the fact is, when you have a very, very rotten justice system, it will be almost impossible for anything to happen. So what the criminals take advantage of the law because they know nothing going to happen. They see it coming from the top. When the executive will interfere in things that they got nothing to do in, the Supreme Court will not even take action. They come up with some a faulty ruling, and then later on they send it back to you. They make a decision and say, okay, this is the decision that we made. And then the person violated it. Then we go back to the same people who made the decision and say, no, we're not going to take up the case again and stuff like that. If you don't have a credible justice system, anybody will take advantage. Who want to come to a country to invest when our justice system is so bad? People been there before, they have been robbed. That went to invest in Liberia, the money was taken and things like that. What happened? Nothing happened to this thing. So, it's terrible for our country. That's just one part of Monrovia, but what happened to the other places? Like outside of Monrovia, Bumming and Nima or other places where police does not even have enough vehicles. They had to pay on motorbike to go fight crime and stuff like that. So our country is very fragile. And then coupled with that, the law doesn't even help. The police does not have the resources they need. They don't have. They can't investigate someone. What major murder have the policemen able to investigate? And right there at the Capitol building, they have police assigned to the Capitol building, and the place got burned at night. And police were assigned that place. So the police is not capable. They don't have the resources. Couple, they are also compromised. I mean, they're compromised. So the problem here is it will be very difficult. Who wants to go and invest in our country when? Let me give you a story, and then I end right here. There's a lady who and her husband. This lady had worked in America.
Oh, I think I am
but she was paying for her home right on, I think, on Ralphie Highway. She was paying for the home. She was sending the money to the guy, sending the money to the people who built it. It was a whole company. She said every time she go there, said, "Oh, working on your house, working on your house." She go to Liberia with her husband. Her husband is not even a Liberian; he's an American. And the guy said, "Oh, this your house that we're building over there." This lady said, "I've been trying to get my house for you guys. Every time you tell me you're building a house, I can't." When she took the case to court, when they sent the sheriff to arrest the guy, somebody called the guy from the court and said, "Go somewhere else. Don't stay over there. They come to arrest you." From the very court, right in the court. Told him to leave.
1 minute, please. 1 minute, please. Somebody highlighted that statement.
You don't mind
that is very unfortunate here. And when we have those kind of people that are very dogmatic, I can't read, I can't comprehend good.
Yeah, but who even highlighted that?
One Doris says something that I justify. Doris, if you have dumbfounded, you have dumbfounded.
Nobody should be highlighted.
Nobody.
Abu, be careful what you're talking about.
No, nobody should be
highlighted. I spoke against this. If somebody and dumbfounded, I can't understand, I can't read it right. Don't bring that to me. I didn't say it. And the person I highlighted it, take it back to the Doris person. I didn't say
but nobody should be highlighting it. And there are few people.
Clear English. I spoke against the gruesome killing. I called the police to investigate and bring the paper to the book. If you whatsoever need, you call yourself, and somebody can highlight this thing that Pewee said, Pewee justifying the killing of motorcyclists. But probably you doing that in your dream. I didn't do that. And in that kind of dumbfounded way. And the way you was sitting, you're thinking that kind of way. I'm not sure don't do it to me. It's about human life. I believe in respect human dignity.
Don't mind people. Don't mind people.
I respect human dignity.
Don't mind what it is.
If you don't respect one, you better go back in your shoe and know what you want to do.
Go back to
well, I haven't got it free out nobody this way before. Nobody's
I see you ready.
Yeah, I haven't. Nobody said this. I don't but the reason why I commented somebody had that it's just not here.
Yeah, and it has to be.
And when I spoke clear, everybody heard us. Go back to the clip. I condemn it. And I called the police chief and the justice minister to come and act. I said it's wrong.
Pewee, don't mind him, man. Let me say something here. Pewee, don't mind that.
Johnny, don't mind it. Don't mind it. You saw what happening.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Let me end my train of thought about guys.
If I'm a drink King Jew, let's go back to that King Jew.
Guys wrong. Whoever we should not be highlighting.
It is Christmas, man. Come on,
insulting our panelists on the show. That's wrong.
It's festive.
Whoever did that was wrong. You should not be highlighting when somebody is insulting the panelists and you buying into their insults and try to highlight. I think that is very disrespectful and that's very rude. You shouldn't be doing that. But then, as I was saying, let me end. As I was saying, so this lady, somebody from the court, this guy is being arrested at the very court, call and say, get from there, or they're going to arrest you. So I'm not surprised by people killing innocent people in that country. I'm not surprised. But because our law is weak, it cannot really punish these people. So they will take advantage of it. And that's why we're seeing. That's why people are very brave to steal in that country. That's why every day you hear they are stealing money back and forth everywhere. Because they know the law, nothing will happen to them. Okay? Nothing going to happen. Unless we have a leader who will put his feet down and will say the law is the law. That if my brother or sister was to commit a crime, They will face the consequences of the law. In Liberia, it can happen. It will not happen. Unfortunately, very weak, lawless culture. Thank you.
So look, we all gotta be mindful as we all come on, brother. We also be mindful as because people want to go Liberia. I see most of my friends with their families in Liberia right now. They're having, which I love to see, because when you travel to Liberia during this time, the economy helps the economy. You carry money, you're spending money in Liberia, but you shouldn't be afraid in your own country. You know, the other day I was on the phone with somebody in Liberia at night. The person said, "Oh, in the night, well, look at the time. I was seeing 1 mile somewhere." I said, they play a free. People can. I mean, right now everybody doing their shopping. The parking lot, on the parking lot. As you see the parking lot, all the cars are here, the lights are all here, camera all here. So anybody can do anything. I said, right now, as long as you do something to somebody right now, police coming right away. Police all around here. We have 73 electoral districts in Liberia. Why is it taking us so long to have 73 ambulances or fire trucks and police stations in all these districts to be able to respond rapidly? I mean, but like somebody said, you got people, a friend of mine was telling me, say, in a club, you got our friends from America that live in America, working in Liberia now. They travel to the club with 4 or 5 bodyguards, armed, working for the country, and they're there sitting out in cigar lounge, smoking cigar, and somebody mind the car outside and so forth. You want to do this thing, I'm not stopping you. They get private security there. Put on money, invest in private security, hire them, but don't take taxpayer security and carry them in a club with you. It's not fair to the country. It's not fair. Then almost everybody travel with convoy, with police escort. I mean, it's just not fair. And this be happening in all the governments have been coming to power. Now, so Liberia, we need a transformational leader. Until we get that person, we are still far from becoming the right country. Right now, it's sad. Look, just to end, this weekend, I'm still trying to find out the president go to Ghana at this time of the year to go to a wedding. And whenever the president said travel, Liberia, the country funds the travel. That money we spend to do it. Okay? But to go to Ghana, the next thing they said, oh, you are meeting the president-elect. But then I saw the president-elect was in Kenya, meeting with Ruto. I think he returned to Ghana today. And President Bagaso returned to Liberia today. So all these things, but then all the things happen in the country, we didn't get nobody talking much about it. Just the minister don't condemn it. Police already just come and have these press conferences, and then after that is over with. That person that got killed, that person is over with. The girl that got killed, Princess, I saw them running the guy to put in the car. That was one end, and that's how the country is going to be. Then we want people to come in the country and put money to the country, and it can even affect the MCs. That compact that Liberia is eligible for, it can affect us too. People should be careful. If we don't speak out and call these people out, the country will continue to go in this direction, which is wrong. So I hope we this coming year, we all be that nationalist, have a nationalistic spirit in us to talk about our country. Whether you supported the country, the government or not, you got to call them out. If you're part of the government, you speak out. If they're doing wrong, you call them out. Lawmakers, call them out. They are wasting people's time. The country is suffering. People, there were more sellers than buyers this Christmas. People are saying it. And all of us on the platform, I'm sure you send money back home for the holidays of your friends and family members, and you can't help it. You got to do it. You can't say, "Well, I'm tired." No. Oh, I voted for the people. No. Because they won't tell you who they voted for. So they will lie. They'll say, "I voted for them." They will lie to you, so you got to send them money. Because if you do it, it will solve for nothing. So you got to do it. And for me, I know some people that I know part of my family who voted for them. I told them, I said, well, when they tell you will see it. Now I ask them, I say, you hear what happening now? You see what happening? What thing they're doing so much different that don't accuse we are and doing them for doing. They say they did a private jet, they did it when putting money to NSA account, they build this one, they live in that opulence life, all kind of stuff we see happening. My people, 2025, we got to speak up. Liberia, we have no country called Liberia. Abu, your 2 minutes.
Yeah, too many. It will be disingenuous on my part to not debunk some of the lies being told on this platform. There is something that the Unity Party administration is addressing. The Liberia National Police, through its Director General, Inspector General Garguah Kuman, has deployed men across the city. Today, you can go to various intersection, you see police cars deployed there with security apparatus, joint security apparatus, both from the Liberia National Police. You have folks from the AFL. Some of them necessarily they may not be there, but they may not be there as people may think. But some of them were passing through. The crime rate has reduced though, to money. The crime rate has reduced.
Abu stop it.
I'm telling you, the crime rate this is money. Hello? The crime rate has been reduced as of reporters to go across the country tomorrow. Like go to go across the city tomorrow. And you'll notice that the
Abu,
crime rate has
man,
reduced.
listen, Abu, let me interrupt you one second. Abu,
Yeah.
this platform,
Yeah.
we should learn to tell our people what the issue. When you say crime rate has reduced, give us the
I
facts
say
from the
it's
police
reducing.
statistics. Don't do that,
Crime rate
Abu.
is
Look, listen, Abu. People listen to the radio are about far intelligent than some other on the show here. I will admit to that. That people who are taking this show as a religious, or concern to hear what we're saying and how we are doing.
Isn't it fast
Crime is
police?
not. If you say crime is being
You have
reduced,
police
give
people.
us statistics
Isn't
on
it
how
how you
crime is
have police
reduced.
people?
What was crime last and
Very
what is crime
interesting.
today? So don't say crime is being reduced. You can
But
say
these
we are
things
trying to
are always
address the crime situation. But if you use the word crime is being reduced, it means you have numbers.
no.
Do
I
you have
say it's being
numbers?
reduced. The government is addressing it.
No, man.
The
Johnny,
government is
let him
addressing
finish.
it.
Abu finish.
You have police vehicles
Somebody
deployed
be
on
mute, man.
every intersection. Go today, and you have one of our reporters. One of our reporters use the Japan freeway. Most of the major intersections, you have police vehicles there. And somebody when they make it appear that Joseph Baga is the one who the lawlessness started on his stewardship. We are addressing it. Today, unlike in time past, people were being people's body were being discovered without apprehending the perpetrators. Couple of weeks or days ago, the guy who murdered on Princess Zoo, how you call it, the guy has been sent to South Beach. Unless Princess unless other people So for somebody to sit on the issue and make it appear that we are not addressing it, we are addressing it. Tomalin, please send your report, please send our reporter on Japan Freeway tomorrow, or even excluding tomorrow. You will see a couple of vehicles, police vehicles, deployed at various intersections.
So Abu,
I'm
so
not saying
I come in, Abu, the guy they killed. Police, I went in that video. Police not killing the scene. It took them how long?
which one? The guy who got him.
What it was 20 to death.
But how many police officers you had there? The police officer had left matters. You expect them to go to the guy. You expect them, a few police officers that were there to have gone to the guy.
Abu, man.
But even in the United States, too many. These things are happening. In the United States. The people were saying earlier, in a previous section, we talk about somebody being arrested. I know that people or Professor Kennedy, one of the panelists on the show, talk about somebody being arrested for beating on somebody in the US. So for somebody to kind of sit on the show and make it like we are not addressing the issues, we are addressing the issues. We are addressing it. These are things that we inherited. And thanks to the Inspector General, Garguah Kuman, the man has deployed his men across the city. Go to Tupelo Junction today. That place used to be one of the net men to people, to commuters at night. Go there today, and you see vehicles there. That's something that I'm making. Send our reporter there.
Mamu, don't mean to go to Tupelo Junction. I'm not far from there.
I will understand where you're coming from because you got to mention the job, so you got to talk about the government. But it is very clear that Liberia, the crime rate is extremely high, and the police lack the resources to ready fight those crimes. They don't have the resources.
That's not true. That's not true, Peabody. That's not true, Peabody. The
How much money you got? How much?
Listen, chief. Listen, chief. The Liberia National
I don't want to
Police.
go back and forth you, Abu. To be honest.
No, but people have.
Let's talk serious things. Let's go back to serious topic.
It's been prioritized. We have restored their insurance benefits. Isn't that motivation for the Liberia National Police?
Yeah, Abu, for you, it's a motivation for you. All right.
But no, it's a motivation for the police. The guys are serving the country. It's a motivation for me.
I gotta go and see what's up with Abu.
Look, anyway, look.
Send our reporter.
Yeah, we'll do it. What's just my idea? Okay, before we go on,
y'all restore crime and y'all have security to the police station, up to the Capitol building in the Buene. Y'all protecting people. Abu, y'all protecting people, and y'all have police assigned to the Capitol building and the Buene. That energy police are fighting
that
crime.
matter is being that matter is ongoing investigation. I don't want to talk about it. That's
no. But you know, quickly before we go to the next.
Tomorrow.
What's just my idea?
I'm at doing your time, man. Too many.
Before we go to the next one, I want for us to just, you know, quickly, guys. I know where Abu was born that time, but Abu, that we lost a great man yesterday in America. You read about him, Professor Kennedy, and talk. Young one, they get 1 minute about Carter. They talk about Reverend Carter for 1 minute before we move on. Before we forget about him. So you guys came late, but Johnny already talked about him. So we get about 1 minute to talk about President Carter, and then we move on.
During the section at night.
Abu, you done?
Yeah, go ahead. We made Rawa laugh because it meant dying in state. Rawa, your person dying in state.
I would split my time 30 second real quick. Touch on something that Abu was saying when we talk about the crime committed in the U.S. compared to that in Liberia. You see the story that Doc Peabody just mentioned in terms of people calling, the police calling people and warning them in advance. If you all remember, there was the same thing after Ellen Cochran recorded people. She was warned. You remember that? She was warned that they were about to arrest her, and she fled the country. The difference is when she came to the U.S. and she ran the PPP scam and stole over $6 million, she's in prison doing 3.5 years. So in Liberia, people can warn you and do all that nonsense, but when you come and you run the same scam in America, the key difference is you're going to be arrested and you're going to be prosecuted. How many people have done that kind of shenanigans in Liberia and been caught and been prosecuted? How many people have been prosecuted for corruption in Liberia? But it's neither here nor there. But I would just remember, without data, you're just offering an opinion. So that's fine. Because you need to have a data, like what my brother Johnny just said. Direct us to the source of your data. Don't just tell us arbitrarily that crime is falling when no one is collecting that kind of statistics in Liberia to prove that crime is falling. And then even going back to what Sekou Kolasco said, the overcrowding over in South Beach is something to be concerned with. But let's talk quickly about President Carter. President Carter, one thing he said that was memorable, he said he would never lie to the American people.
Yeah.
And the reason why that was so memorable and stuck with a lot of people is because the former president, Richard Nixon, had lied repeatedly. The whole Watergate scandal. President Carter, I at one time volunteered with Habitat for Humanity. So I used to do a lot of volunteer work for them because the work that President Carter did building houses for low-income families to try to address issues of poverty and homelessness in this country was huge. You know, President Carter, the work that he did with Anwar Sadat, Menachem Begin, Begin, all those things that he did between Israel, Egypt, you know, those were they were significant, you know, and that led to him winning the Nobel Peace Prize. So, you know, I would say, you know, he lived up to 100 years old. He saw so much. I mean, you're talking about World War II, the Vietnam War. He through so many things the guy have seen. And when he became president, he did his best. But the whole fiasco that happened in Tehran, you know, and Ronald Reagan was using the same strategy that Trump is using. Ronald Reagan, as an actor, he was threatening the Iranians that when he come to power, he was going to blow them up to kingdom come. So they didn't want to give President Carter the benefit of being a man who led to the release of the American hostages. So they held on to the hostages and made President Carter look bad, and he lost his re-election bid. But he was a great man, you know. I simply say Godspeed to him. And I know, the work that he did in here will be long, long, long remembered. So I'll swing it back to you, Chief.
Yeah, Robert, Pewee, Peabody.
Let me say, Jimmy Carter. I think when we talk about his legacy, I think a lot of folks, a lot of political pundits um, will drift a little bit from his presidency because, from all indication, many will conclude that Jimmy Carter had not so much of a good presidency. But I think what made Jimmy Carter to stand out was post presidency. Jimmy Carter worked extensively when he left office. He reminded me so much of the kind of resilience we don't normally see. And by the way, Abu Elijah went too. Elijah went because you don't want to be embarrassed. You switch off his camera quick. You didn't get that. A lot way. He put his phone on mute and he switched the camera off quick.
I always do that.
Tumane.
Yeah.
Tumane.
Yeah.
Yeah, but on a serious note.
No, Mata. Abu, please, my brother.
Okay, Rob, 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds.
Okay, go ahead. Give you 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Now that my layer went off, we actually have we have an issue with our land using the generator. Apparently, maybe the gas.
That the solar went off. The solar system went off.
Okay, whatever the case, it tells you that look, we have some serious problem to address. And in as much as you want to come and try to defend, sometimes in the midst of defending, you yourself, you are more fortunate than many Liberians. You find yourself entangled in the same old age problem we're talking about. Why are we still worried about electricity right now? Elijah, you should be using generator right now. Anyway, let me get back to Jimmy Carter. But I just thought it was hilarious how you just switched off quick. But Jimmy Carter worked. He was a very resilient kind of leader. He did not allow his failed presidency to define him as a leader. Right? What did he do? He started doing a lot of different things outside when he left office. And I think in Africa, in Asia, and other places, I think a lot of folks will remember him for his work post presidency. But I wanted to pick it back a little bit to what Abu was talking about crime rate in our country, and I think we asked for the data, right? We may not have the data, but there are people. If you go to www.gov.uk, when you look at all of the major government, when you go to the website of the Jamaicans, even in Asia, they will tell you that what the crime rate is. 65 to 70% of Liberians have reported being victim of theft in our country. 65 to 70% of Liberians. This is not limited to just Morovia. What does that say, Abu? 95% of the victims of crime in Liberia are Liberians. But when the UK government and other government are warning potential tourists of being victim of crimes in that country, they are saying that to tell you that you could be a victim just because of who you are, how you sound, how you look, and your financial status. Which is why I was speaking on earlier, right? Liberians are victims of crime in Liberia. Liberians are victims of everything that is wrong in Liberia. Everything that is wrong, including success. Including success. To be successful in Liberia, I'm not talking about government, outside of government. To be successful in Liberia and live in Liberia is not a fun thing. To be a multi-millionaire and live in Liberia, to have small cash and live in Liberia, to live a decent life in Liberia, for anyone outside of government, and even including those in government, is very expensive. And the reason why it's so expensive is because security is key. Number one. Number two, health is also it's also a very important factor as well, because there are people in Liberia who are dying early death not because of the sickness that they encounter, but because they're dying of curable illnesses in our country. That look, can you imagine? We do not even do vitals in Liberia. You go to the JFK and all of the major clinics in our country. The simple thing, the first thing that they do before they even see you, we don't even do it in our country. We don't check people pulse. We don't check the things that are supposed to be checked. There are major systemic old age problems in our country, and it is not just about the government. It's beyond the government. The reason why people are holding this government and other government in the past responsible is because there were expectations that this government had what it took. They were so sophisticated. They had the most experienced leader. And a lot of Liberians expected them to hit the ground running. And I will close on this note. A lot of folks, even folks who supported Joseph Boakai, that I talked to behind closed doors, and because of confidentiality, I won't say the names. Some of these folks work in government. Some of them are even disappointed at some of the decisions that have been taken so far. Who would have thought in the wildest imagination that the University of Liberia, the country's oldest higher learning institution under this government that appreciates education, higher learning, will be shut down for the past 6-7 months now? Who would have ever imagined that? That regardless of what we go through, regardless of what we find ourselves, that we will not invest in the education of young Liberians, even though we have not created the opportunity for those who have graduated many, many years ago. The University of Liberia at the end of 2024 have been shut down for almost 6 months under this administration. Abu, that is very concerning. So again, at times, we're not just speaking on these issues because we want to badmouth the government. We want to be objective. I want to sit here and talk about what this government has done phenomenal, and I'm hoping next year is a better year for them. But the fact of the matter is, they have failed miserably in the past 1 year, and they have made decisions that many folks did not expect them to make. Elementary decisions that does not reflect the experience that they saw during the election, and is bad for our country.
Yeah, Robert, you're correct, dear brother. But let me differ with you on the JFK situation. The VATA, now JFK, trust me, we may not be as equipped as we want to think, but there's just a set process and practice process in JFK. There's no doctor, no nurse whatsoever. If I didn't make a clarification, trust me, our nurses, our good doctor we have in JFK will say, listen, Pewee, you guys been around here for a long, you know, I normally went to JFK. They would do that. They would administer that. That is the only the biggest referral hospital we have in our country.
Yeah, but are there now, Sylvester? I'm sorry to interrupt, but are there in order to do VATAs, right? And I made that point, not being ignorant yet. In order to do VATAs, you've got to first be admitted. How can you get VATAs done when the hospital, not just JFK, does not even understand what emergency actually is? I don't care the level of emergency in Liberia. When you go to any major hospital, unless you've paid an advance, you will not be seen by any doctor. No, so how can you even get to that point?
I don't know in other part of the country.
But they happen in
Liberia. Let me say this to you. I have had the privilege to take people to JFK and observe friends and other things. And now, even in the emergency center, we have the trauma center, the trauma emergency center in the other area. If you went through the area, there's a mechanism to have you triage. There's a triage mechanism they deploy, and they do all of. Now, I may agree that JFK is challenged, but the JFK got those trained nurses and doctors that were put into place the regimen, the conventional regimen that we require in our country if you want to go to JFK in an emergency. I saw that a lot of loved ones, friends, and the rest of that moving into JFK, right? So it happened in past time and all of that. There's some challenges we will face. There's some issue where medically, everywhere, they will have some medical default everywhere. My own better Ben will say to you, yeah, we may have some challenge also. And even the more powerful country, like imagine the guy went and killed the CEO of United Air Force, this kind of thing. But I agree, in JFK, we have some problem. But when it comes to those things, administering the VATA, they will do it. and you got to meet those people who will do it. And they will have it at the trauma emergency center. They deploy all of those conventional lines. I just thought to clarify that we still got some good nurses, good doctors that are doing our job on our side. We hope that the government will put more money into JFK so that it will come to those standards. But let me go back to the Carter issue that we're talking about. Carter, we celebrate Carter today basically as a hero. Now, Carter became a hero in a post-presidential period. When he was president, he was not really noticed when he was president. After his presidency, now we historians, we politicians started to read about him. In 1982, he and his wife founded this Carter Center. The intent of it is to foster democracy. Part of it is to ensure that fight disease and hunger and the rest of that, restore hope for a lot of people everywhere in the world. Put more on a lot of dictatorial leaders and the rest of that. He did those things. Even back here internally in America, he did a lot of great things here in America. This seatbelt thing that's in force that saved millions of American lives. It was an administration that did that in terms of ensuring that the issue about the seatbelt process. He did a lot of domestic policy that people didn't recognize, but it started taking effect that helped a lot of Americans across the globe. So Carter died 100 years. And one of the longest living former president of the United States of America. He said that history also. So he had a very short term as president, one term from 1977 to 1981. He left power, but again, his legacy, he left behind a very powerful presidential legacy he left back. But one of the major things, even before he won the Nobel Peace in 2002 when he won the Nobel Peace Award, there are a lot of things he remembered for also. The Great Panama Canal. He struck the deal with the Panama Canal.
Chauncey wanted back.
Yes, he did that. The Panama Canal, right? So people will have to look at him. He's one of those very strategic American leaders that did a lot of things. Because his reasoning to the American president, he was an intellectual. He was a very detailed intellectual, soft-speaking, powerful intellectual he was. He took a lot of time, and that's one of the reasons why the Americans believe that he micromanaged the American presidency, because he was a detailed kind of a president. He sat in the room, he wanted to take details. He would work from 7 in the morning to 8 p.m. in the Oval Office. The only U.S. president that ever did that. He would take some 1 hour break to go for dinner, and he's back in the Oval Office reading correspondence for across America. So he was a kind of a detailed American president. I always remember the famous Camp David Accord that he struck also and the rest of those things. So he's one person that we will remember in Liberia because he had a lot of deep sense of. He met with former President Charles Taylor in Banga, right? When nobody wanted to meet Taylor. He was famous of meeting dangerous autocratic leaders. He went to North Korea. He met all those areas and the rest of that. So he's one of those persons that wanted to bring peace to the war. He felt everyone should be engaged and the rest of that. So you'll be there's a very powerful voice in the history of this country.
I got somebody on the line who wants to talk about JFK quickly. Go ahead. JFK, go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
All right. Okay, thank you.
You live.
Thank you for bringing me on. Just to inject what Pewee was saying. He's still speaking, or should I go ahead?
You live. You are live. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for bringing me. Thank you for bringing me on, Tomalin. My name is Ruth. JFK, yes, they have doctors and nurses who are very, very competent, but the resources is almost always not available. Blood pressure, cough. Nurses have to bring their own blood pressure cuffs. Most of the time, it's not available. So you can't say everything is okay in JFK. Just 2 weeks ago, a nurse who worked at JFK died as a result of eclampsia. Unfortunately, in pregnancy, she died at JFK. So it's not true. They have to bring their own blood pressure. A lot of things still happening in JFK wrongly. Pewee, you know everything. It's not true. It's not true. You're trying hard to, make the people look good. Nobody against JFK or Liberia to just come and sit and talk. I am telling you what is going on there. Even CPR, Jessica Broderick, a nice died because she fell off and everybody just stood up look at her until she died. They don't have the resources.
Let me ask you.
Some of them got
let me ask you.
in their bags.
How do you know? You worked there before?
I worked in Liberia over 17 years as a nurse midwife before coming to this country.
Okay.
So I know them. I know what they are capable of doing. To procure a blood pressure call for JFK, sometimes they will give the money come, they will give it, bring it for 6 months. 6 months. And that blood pressure, when they procure it, it's going to stay there for 2-3 years. Otherwise, the nurses have to bring their own cough to use.
Imagine that 2-3 years. Imagine that.
No.
How long before you go space to be admitted in a hospital? Customer service are very poor across the health sector.
Yeah, you said Ruth.
Ruth.
Somebody ask you question. Somebody ask you question. Hold on.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Ruth. You said did you work directly with JFK, Ruth?
Ask JFK people about me.
Hey, ask you a question. Yes. Answer the question. You went.
Yes.
Simple question I ask you, Mama. We're not making flour.
I'm telling you, Pewee. That's what I'm telling you. I work Ravensons, I work Bassa, I work Lofa.
Okay.
Well, yes.
When last you how long you been here now in the US?
You say how long I've been where?
Yeah, I want to see the time you left for JFK. How long you left since you left Liberia?
Even if I left JFK 4 years ago, today what is happening in JFK, I'm aware of it. I've been informed on a daily basis.
Okay, and part of my reason what I was saying, what I said just now to you, and that
I've been here 7 years.
Okay, myself did treatment and went and carried a lot of love on to JFK. The most recent, I got that aspect. I got that aspect already.
You know, they asking me what I know. What I'm saying is it true?
Okay, but
no, but why are you saying about blood pressure? Why you saying about blood pressure thing not in JFK? That is not true. That is not true. That's been JFK handle it too. Our own neurosurgeon we have, the young, I don't forget your name, right? Right? So listen, we got some challenges in the country. For people to come and say we have millions of our people, hundreds of thousands of our people today, most of them move in and out of JFK and they're being catered to by doctors in JFK.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Pewee. So why is it then, right? So why is it if JFK is good? I know that in many challenges. Why is it that some of the 10 to 15% of the most fortunate Liberians, including our leaders, do not seek medical attention in Liberia? Why?
That's just stupid, Raul. And I will say to you, my brother, and you just said 10 or 50% privileged Liberians. And why I just said
including
to you,
our leaders,
I didn't have the fight. I said there are some challenges in JFK, but to come out and say these petty things, so these people that can afford, they will leave.
But let me say this.
Why is it some people in this country? Why is it some people in this country? Come on, me. Why is it some people in this country? They don't go for Obamacare and Medicare and other things. They go for some super private insurance.
You working? You have insurance in your job.
Why do you have super private insurance?
Gentlemen, can I come in? Gentlemen, can I come in?
Yeah, but let me just say this, right? When it comes to Jeff, when it comes to Liberia, I will tell you this. We have trained doctors in Liberia, but the facilities are not there. I will tell you. I can tell you the truth. Liberia got some of the best doctors. I won't lie to you. I know a lot of people that have done some surgery that is unbelievable, but we don't have the facilities there. So what the lady is saying, I can't dispute it because
but Tomalin, I beg you. Let me come in. You know, I have a problem with internet and the current here. Let me come in quickly.
Let me learn this quickly. People, when you have your relatives at the hospital admitted, people have to even they got to stay there on watch night to be there with appointment 24/7 to make sure that the drugs that they bought for the relative is administered to them before somebody takes it and gives it to somebody else. So people that they don't have the facilities there, they have doctors there. So when people say little things like blood cough machine not there, I won't dismiss it because we have people that are dying easily for little things they've been dying of.
Somebody dismiss that one. It's there. Blood is there. Dismiss that.
No, Pewee. Let me say something. I mean, I go to the hospital every 3 months in Liberia, and sometimes I do like 3 different hospitals to just confirm my condition. I go to SOS, TFK, EWA sometimes. Sometimes I go to Jamadi, right? But here is it. What I've observed, the cup is there, but the cup sometimes is not a cup that is supplied by JFK or by the hospital. So if you heard the lady saying nurses have that personal cup to go to work with it, that what happened? Because I had a situation where I went to the hospital, they were taking my BP, and one of the more using was not reading well. She had to ask her colleague, can I use your BP? Because BP not working. Apparently, the BP supply at those hospitals, at government hospitals, they have expired and they are not being replaced according to logistical condition. So you will always see BP cup there, but sometimes the BP cup is owned by the individual health worker you're meeting with at a given time. I've experienced it on 1 or 2 occasions. You know, that one when she was speaking, my man ran to the situation. You understand? Say, for example, Jamadi, Jamadi is up to stand. Jamadi is a top-notch hospital in Liberia. The nurses there don't have to carry their own endo cup. But at most of the public health facility, nurses go along with their private cup because a lot of them have friends in the US that will send in their cup and say, oh, I was sending something for you to help you with your job. And they'll take it along. And that's why I always say, if we are to honor people in this country, give people honor this country, we should always give honor to our health workers, our security police officers, and our teachers. Because those people are doing extraordinary for Liberia. Where we have workers during the COVID, during the Ebola crisis in Bapolo, in a place called Kumbo. Gentlemen, I felt for our Liberian young male and female health workers in that place. They had no link to their family, no telephone connection. The road is clearly inaccessible. We claim 17 hills to access Kumbo, dangerous road in the forest, where car had never been for many years, because we had to go carry a message about Ebola and work with the health workers there. And when I got there, those health workers used my Toraya phone to communicate with the people in Moravia for the first time after many months. And here's what happened in Kumbo, my people. There was I think there's a particular medical thing they need at the health center that should never be absent. And the THO there was one, I don't want to call his name. The health worker went to him and said, Prof, THO, we are lacking a particular medical drug here that is needed for pregnant women. And we didn't hear at all time. This young man had to run up to Kumbo to use your SIM card to call to Popolu, headquarters of Popolu, to inform them that they need that drug. And that has said, look, gentlemen, once I'm here for the next 3 days, my Toraya phone is exposed, it's for you guys. If you guys can keep it and use it, when I want you to call back Moravia, I will come to you. And I saw that our health workers were in dire need. So I think, our country need to really seriously look at the health. And if you want to protect the right to life, you have to ensure we have better health system, because right to life is not just theoretical, it's practical by ensuring that we have a better functioning health system in the country. So let me stop here. And on the issue of the health, that's what I think we should do.
Let me say this.
Let me say something.
Let me say this before you comment. Look, I was at JFK the other day. In fact, I was sent a video to Lofa Julius where we donated several medical supplies to JFK. And the doctor took me around, and I asked him at the time, why you want to take me around? He said, because I want you to see. I went up to a place where people were still watching medical bed sheets with the hand. The washer and dryer were no more functional. There were parts of the hospital that was not functioning at all. And he said he needed at least $1 million to repair every floor on that. Not everywhere in JFK had even been completed. Not everywhere. Not every wall had been completed. The doctor, I toured that place for more than 2 hours. He took me everywhere, down to the laundry room and all those kind of things. So, we can't sit there and say, yes, there are doctors there who are doing the best. We owe it to them. But these people don't even get $200 a month as any pay. They don't get anything. My uncle, Stanton Peabody, died because when they're talking to JFK, they said they had no bed. He had to go come back. This man had just had a stroke. They had to drive around to different hospitals. And then he passed. So you telling me that JFK is all right? JFK is not all right. I've been there.
No one saying JFK is all right. They got some challenges. They also some misinterpreting things.
Okay, they do have challenges.
Nobody said that.
Okay.
Nobody said that. I'm right here that Peabody. I didn't say it's right. I said they got some challenges. I'm right here. I'll leave the show.
So guys,
No, I agree with you. Go ahead, Ben.
Okay.
I
didn't think it's all right. There's some
to be
challenges.
honest, this is
No, it's
I
like
think
in
this is
Twitter,
the
we're
first,
not coming stuck down at it. No, that's your note. Them
I
be some
think this is the
challenges,
first time.
but they got some good things to do also.
I think this is the first time I would agree with Pewee a little bit in more of what he said. I mean, he already said he said like there are challenges, and look, when one thing I don't want us to do is to beat on the healthcare workers. These people are not the problem for why things are not working.
No, but no one is beating on the healthcare workers, though. I don't think that's the conversation.
We're beating on the system.
Of course, there you go.
So these people are doing extraordinary to work with what they have to help our people. So because look, for you to be healed, it's also, I mean, there's a huge piece of psychological aspect. So if you start telling yourself that the person who's going to treat you is incompetent, that's you yourself. You are the first person to get yourself healed. Once you start telling yourself the person who's going to treat you is incompetent, you already have a problem with your healing. First, that's a problem to start with. They can give you any kind of medication, they do any kind of treatment. You start defeating yourself, it's a problem. So yes, while it's true that we all know there are problems, those people there are doing some extraordinary job, and we will do all we can to help them. But again, the nurses and the doctors, I don't think that's the problem. Our leaders are the problem for which these people cannot function to their best. And for a doctor to be good or for a nurse to be good, it's not a book you learn. You need the equipment to make everything come together for you to succeed. So if the equipment are not available, that doctor or that nurse would not succeed.
They can't
so
do it. Yeah.
All of the big money the people are making, let them put it into the healthcare system. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I agree with you, Ben. On a serious note, and that's what we are saying. That we noted there's some problem in the system, and I won't come here and defend the system on that line. That there's no issue there, but those that have worked there before and those that have stayed there, I mean,
the challenges are there. Yeah,
the challenges are there, and I agree. And that's what I said. And can we surmount those challenges? Of course, we can surmount those.
100%.
Marketing on our stream and many marketing on those things that are trying to derail the system. What can we do those things? These are things that we should have all in the system that moving all. There was some time during the We administration, the partnership we did. We didn't have a very functioning dialysis department. Today, we did that system very well. There was some partnership from some friendly government and other things. We did improve the area, put a lot of system in place in terms of that department of the GFK. The Liberian Japanese Friendship Hospital also. There's been some line from the Japanese government to ensure that they pump some money to the Liberian Japanese Friendship Hospital. That's the maternity ward of the GFK to ensure that we equip it and do other thing there. My little daughter was born in the Liberian Japanese Friendship Hospital, right? So I mean, so we will come out and say things sometimes that we ought not to say. We know there's challenges in the system, but we do time to time. Even myself, when I'm in Monrovia, if there's anything, I don't go to any of them. I go to JFK first and foremost because I believe I trust the doctor. I myself criticize people in past and rather. One of the things I criticized in the system before is that most of the doctors in JFK, and that's one of the things I started in the capital. Most of the doctors in JFK got their own personal clinics and the rest of them. Some of the things we started speaking again. This guy, most often will refer. I mean, there's some kind, I don't know from where. Most often will do referral and those things basically. So, but we were criticizing things. We know there's some problem. There's some problem we have, and I wouldn't come in and want to window dress things here to say everything is just rosy. Everything is not. There's a lot of challenges we have. Then how can we mitigate those kind of challenges and put into place a system that will help our people? Because that's part of that. Those health workers under this kind of a strenuous circumstances and very low pay, they still contributing their service to the country, the service to humanity and the rest.
Listen. Let me say this. I will never again. I don't trust the system, and I don't trust the hospitals in Liberia. Let me just be blunt. And And I don't think that look, Joseph Boaga himself don't even trust the system.
Wait, Robert, hold on.
One second.
Robert, hold on. If you went to Liberia and you got sick, should I take you to the hospital?
I would. It's a death trap. I will hope that I
don't go to Liberia. Don't go there.
I will hope that I don't get sick in Liberia. And I think this is a serious thing. You remember the young man who do you know how many people have left this country, went to Liberia for vacation, got ill and died? That would have never happened. I mean, I'm not questioning God. People die in this country all the time. What I'm saying here is that the health sector in Liberia appears to be a death trap. And if Liberians, if 90% of the entire country had the means and the opportunity, like some of us, who even if I live in Liberia, there are people who have relocated to Liberia, Pewee. They take that 6 months trip abroad for medical checkup. Before they return to Liberia, that they take all of these different equipments at home. Doctors give them medications at home, right? Sometimes they may not be able to come back to Liberia, to the US, but they have doctors in Ghana. They have doctors in Nigeria. They go to South Africa. They have doctors in these nearby countries. This is the reality. My issue here is we continue to say that the system is the problem. The lack of resources is the problem. The lack of resources is the problem. The question is, what are we doing? The people who have the power to give the resources, what have they done to ensure that those folks at JFK are well equipped? The people at the hospital, those nurses, those doctors, and the building don't make hospitals. What makes hospitals is how well equipped these hospitals are for these doctors and these professionals to carry out their responsibility. Even at my level, even at the hotel, if you just build a nice place and people can just walk in, if you don't have a restaurant, it's useless. If you don't have a bar, it's useless. If you don't have housekeeping to clean those rooms, it's useless. The building don't make these institutions what they are. What make these institutions what they are is how well equipped are they at the highest level to function. And sadly, our hospitals, like many of our institutions in our country, are dysfunctioning because they are not well funded, they are not well equipped, they don't have the tools to do their jobs. And so I don't want anyone to think that we're bashing those professionals. I think these guys, given the circumstances that they're performing under, they're doing the best that they can possibly do. Given how much they get paid on a monthly basis, they're doing the best they can possibly do. But the system have not done us well, and we must all bash the system. Sylvester, if you went to Liberia right now, it's by the grace of God. At this stage, and I will close on this note, my parents are thinking about relocating to Liberia. I want to retire in Liberia because I don't want to retire in this country. The best retirement is not in America. The best retirement is never in America. We're blessed to be able to travel across the world, Sylvester. I'm blessed that I can wake up one morning and travel to over 200 countries where I don't necessarily need a visa, where I can afford to get a plane ticket. I can afford a hotel. We're blessed. So even if we went back to Liberia, we'll still be able to travel. We're not stuck in Liberia, right? But do you know how many, can you imagine being stuck in Liberia? Even if you have money, you don't have the means to go outside. You are stuck in Liberia. It raises a lot of bells. So my parents are in a transition to relocate to Liberia. One of my biggest concerns is not whether or not they're going to eat. My biggest concern is not whether or not they will have driver or maid that we can afford to hire or send 2-3 cars to Liberia. They can live in a nice environment. My fear is, what if they got sick as elders? What if even if we can afford to send them to Ghana, what if by the time they get to Ghana, they're dead? What if by the time they get to South Africa, they're dead?
Let me say this quickly. Let me come in here, Raul. And yes, one of the major things quickly on that too many. I want folks to understand I'm not trying to say it's rose at JFK. And to be frank, this is about humanity and the rest of that. I'm very cognizant of the unfolding event in JFK. But most of the problem, what can really hamper us, Rabbi, is that the process about us not always going to medical facilities time to time to know what is happening. And most of the cases in the period that can just lead to immediate or timely death It's the system that those systems can pile up in us. Well, now I believe your parents, basically, from their orientation here in the US, can normally go see their doctors. The doctor will tell you why it's on 40. And the human body is like the motor car. Let me put it that way.
Well,
the motor car, it will have to get signal, right? So trust me, your parents
let me quickly say this.
Your parents can retire in Liberia. They want to be cool. The fact that they're going to be seeing they got some Google doctors in Liberia.
Very good
doctors. Those doctors on a routine basis. They will tell you, this is your problem. This, your pressure, this, if you're taking anything, your pressure will be okay. If you are diabetic, taking this, okay. Right on the basis of that, they're going to be cool because they're going to see a doctor. And I'm going to believe they will still come and see their son in Atlanta. So during the summertime, they go to them. I'm not medical.
Yeah,
so they'll be cool. Don't stop them from going to
but let me say this, right? Technology is advancing. So I got a friend in Liberia who was telling me recently, he said, nowadays the guy that's, I don't know what they call this stuff, the organ doesn't feel know that you can communicate with a doctor live.
You can talk to your doctor online.
The other day, his doctor was telling him they just performing some tests on him. He said, get all that, the man told him, he said, get all that real quick and come here. Because he wasn't right, he wasn't happy with certain numbers he was looking at. He said, come back quick. And he came back to the States to do his treatment. Like you said, Pewee, everybody have their medical, the specialized doctor, right? Yeah. So you say, okay, and you have appointment, they can remind you.
They'll remind you.
Appointment coming up for this physical, for this particular appointment and so forth. But, and again, doctors are good. But I just pray and hope that Liberians and professionals in America, especially the medical people, if we can come together in some group, and if we can get run the best health facility in Liberia, where they can train people.
So when it can't be a professional, you have to be the lawmakers.
No, but the lawmakers, I'm thinking about them. But they can do it and then launch it and get our facility going. You know something? Before I let one of you guys come in. 2022, President Weah, I was talking at Jamaica. He said, Tomalin, I just dedicated the dialysis. One dialysis in Liberia. He said people are going to Ghana, so Africa for dialysis. Tomalin, easy our money. He said, I just dedicated it. And the only one who had the country at the time. And that was a big deal for over the years. And he named me after Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. He said, I named me after the Oma. I said, that's good. He said, look, people now can go to JFK to do the dialysis. In America, people who dialysis go, I think they go Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. They go there. And it is very important. People are living on that stuff nowadays. Folks, you have it at all the hospitals in Liberia. JFK.
Well, how many people can afford it? That's another problem. How many people can afford it? The more we got,
the more we have, we should be able to afford it. And another thing is that the labor law, if you have more than 10 employees, it's a mandatory that you give them health insurance. Before the war, I was working, we had insurance, health insurance. Our in college in Liberia, I just left high school, we have health insurance. Nowadays, very few people get health insurance. It's important. Health is important. We can't stress it the more than ever before. It's very important because anybody, when you fall down tomorrow and you don't have somebody to rescue you quick, that when you know that it's important. Somebody just lost their life because of simple thing. That somebody can perform right now all the jobs, even working at a bank, working at they require that you do CPR. Everybody nowadays in America, you do CPR to rescue CPR. You know, and I travel with that thing in my pocket, so I was rescue somebody. I don't know how to manage, but you know, myself. But we gotta do it. We gotta do it. I did it in Liberia. I told the person, say this thing here. I say, well,
the country is. That's it. When people say the country is sweet, the country is good, right? The country is good, but there are many things that worries me when it comes to that country. Yeah, Sylvester. The country. No, it's when you have money. When you have money in the country, when you have money, the country is good. But money is not all to it. Yeah, it's about the security, it's about the health, it's about the environment you find yourself, it's about those around you. Can they even afford a meal? The problem is people are living in the kings and queens, and when you walk outside your fence, you walk into chaos and you walk into mess. I mean, it's not a normal feeling, Sylvester. It's not a normal feeling. And this is the problem that really bothers me.
Robert, thank you. No, let me get coming. You know, Going back to security and health, and like Rabbi is saying, in Morovia right now, as soon as you leave your home, you get out. If you really have an eye of seeing orderly, activities, you see chaos. You see disorderly behavior. One thing we need to do in this country is that our Ministry of Internal Affairs should understand the role of local government and community engagement. We don't need 1 million policemen to give us security. We don't need 10 million policemen to give us security. We need a serious community empowerment, community engagement with the state security. I've worked around, going back to President Jimmy Carter, program in Liberia. Since 2010, I got fully employed. Before 2010, I served as a research person, studying the rule of law system in Liberia. We did that for about 1 year, going around the country to understand how people think about the rule of law and access to justice. If you go online, you will see Looking for Justice, you will see Johnny as one of the author. And we're working with the George Washington University and United States Institute of Peace. Now, we've done all of that to ensure that the Liberian population and the state security and the justice actors can work together to ensure that communities are safe. But one thing I see happening in this country is if international NGOs and local NGOs have activities in the country, the partner agency of government do not take it as their own. They don't own it. So, and if you just allow the international NGO or the donor or the partners to your country do excellent work in their own frame of work, once they close, the system breaks down. You understand? We have done a lot in the 15 countries, even in Morovia, to make people understand that there's a need to take your issue to the police, take your issue to the court. Just recently, we're in Jallah. I think you guys know where I got a lady from to speak on the show. We're discussing how the police in Jallah and the labor situation in SRC and the people in the community can understand, support the police to get their security. The first thing one woman said, she said, Johnny, we agree you, because we're discussing how a few years back, the police station was burned in Jallah. And the woman said, Johnny, they put burn the police station in Jallah. And at the same week they had job burned, they kept up building. So the woman said, we agree the children didn't do well to burn the police station. Oh, they want to protect us, they burn their own office. You understand that? Burn the woman made. She said they put burn their own office. So we need to ensure that the police, all our government security agencies, and the Ministry of Internal Affairs work together to ensure that we have strong municipal system in this country. Like you guys know in your country, in the US there, every community got linked to the police in terms of the municipality. That for your technology is there, you can come out deploy all around the place. But in as much as you can work along with your community leaders are linked to the police in the community, they will do better. But nothing of such is here. The community policing program that was here a few years back is like that system is dying. So as a result, the citizens kind of like assuming that there's no security for them. And the police is already unsupported. The policeman is telling us that even paper to record incidents is not provided by the state. They had to be taking money from their pocket to buy remote sheet. Sometimes I take their money from their pocket to buy gas for the motorcycle that is sent to them or the car they're using. Take money from their pocket to even put light on in the police station at night. You understand? Just as in some medical centers, nurses had to take money from their pocket when the joint is off to put light on through the Chinese light and things. So our system need to know that to serve us as a government is not a privilege. It is a duty they have. They are the duty bearers. They have to serve us. Other than that, our country will keep going down in the wrong direction. And that is why, my brother Rabbi is saying he's afraid for your parents to come here. Because if you can't see prospect of health security, how do you want to have it? I have my old father is there with me, my parents are here. Yeah? I have to manage to give me.
Are you afraid for him to be there?
Of course, but the condition, but I don't have the means. If I had a means to do what I do, my father would not be here. See what the Pewee? He would not be here.
They would differ. People don't like the way I would say things.
No, Pewee, if I had a means,
live in our country for almost 70, 80 years.
Listen, Pewee, listen. Pewee,
listen to what Johnny just said. Johnny, repeat yourself.
Pewee, listen. Pewee, listen. My father school in the US. Listen, Pewee, listen. Don't tell me. Pewee, listen to me. My father's school in the US, he got his master's in geology in the US. He got a very good US experience. He lived in the US, he got his school education from there. He came up as a young man, went straight to bomb mines to work for bomb mines. And he lived in a very distant environment in bomb mines up to the war. Since the war came, my father's living condition had kept breaking. But I'm saying, Pewee, if I had a means, my father's current condition he wouldn't be here in Moreover with me. To the extent that even his apartment, I prefer giving him 24-hour current in his apartment more than mine. He has a solar system he play because he cannot go over our current in his house. If the AC cannot come on, we'll keep a fan on to him to keep him alive, to keep him and to feel him comfortable. Right, so how many persons can afford that for their old parents here?
All right, so
go ahead, Ben.
I got another thing. I think there's one period I would disagree with you. Here's why I would disagree with you. Mm-hmm. It's not because you use a piece of old cloth to tie a sew, and that sew got healed. That doesn't mean that that's the way in which it should be done.
No. I'm not saying that, Ben. But anyway, go ahead.
Because all Johnny is saying, even though it's true, his dad has been in Liberia all this time, but right now at his age, he is older, and he needs more care, and he has to be there. So all he is saying, if I had the means to have my father to a better place, he would definitely go there. And I agree with that. And then look, if you ask ever like Brenda, they would tell you if I had the time for my parents to be out of here, everybody would want their parents to be out of Liberia where they can have more medical care. Again, we're not saying that care is not there, but the level of care is what we are concerned about.
And I like that.
It's not the level, it's the quality. The quality.
The quality, everything. That we have to encapsulate all of those above mentioned terms.
Anyway,
I do agree.
When we say level of care too, it's the same as quality because we have different stages. But
yeah, level one upward. Yeah, I do agree. But here's what I would say, and sometimes from these dispositions that we always have, and other folks, we get caught up in the mixed reaction, and rather, and folks will think that we're looking at it from this perspective. But I want to recall back and say most of our folks are trying to be a little sentimental here, and the reason I'm trying to push what I'm saying here to us is that let's agree that this is a society we find ourselves. And do we improve it? Is that effort that we have to make in terms of policy mechanism to improve those things? Yes, I do agree we can do that. But again, and for instance, I was having a conversation the last time, and most of the things I want to indulge in sometimes I want to I go beyond our thinking band. So sometimes I sit with the folks, we have conversation. Now, there's multiplicity of issues that are unfolding in our society that today that we know that we need. We say we need this, we need this, and other thing. Folks will come and say, "Oh, even the security rate in the country is high." Like, but again, so now we have conversation. I want different people will say this and that. We're in the world most sophisticated country. It is difficult. You ever hear about mass shooting in Liberia? It is difficult. It's very hear about this, it's very hear about that. But sometimes here also. The last time in one of the biggest city and most powerful city in the world, a CEO of a company was gunned down like a chicken. A CEO of where you have the most powerful.
So that's why it's different. It's different.
I come in. You say you love me right there.
Yeah, do that one different.
Right now, you see it, I hate you. The thing red came across you now. You say it's different. You laughing. You try and you're struggling to defend it.
No. Let me tell you why it's different.
A CEO where you have all the powerful cameras.
But the person though, the person was caught.
Yeah, he was caught. The fact that he even left New York. You're quite agree. But most of the
anybody could be killed, my man. You can be killed. When the man was killed, anybody could kill you in the most secure country. You can kill you too.
And we're not talking about gun violence, right? I think what you saw happen to the CEO and what you see happen in places like Chicago, for instance, in places, certain parts of LA, certain parts of New York City, and even New Orleans, all of these cities that have reported high crime rate in the U.S. What you see, a part of what you see is focused on a certain community, and it's an issue that the U.S. have not adequately addressed. But I think that you have guns in the hands of folks that guns should not be in the hands of, because people talk about that constitutional right to bear arms, right? But they have not. The politicians have not been able to sensibly look at universal background check, for instance, right? And they're still looking at these different things, but they understand what the problem is. When you look at the mass school shootings and the folks who committed those crimes, you looked at all kinds of psychological issues here, mental issues. There's a lot of things that you have to.
Let me hold this more, Raul.
But
you think in Liberia now, and if I say now, you say are controversial, right? Yesterday, they beginning out in the right. You don't think they beginning method the step?
But we said we talked. Yes, I agree. But that's the point that I was going. But here's the thing. The difference here is this country have a system, a political system. We all know the issue, right? The question is, what is the best a remedy for to address these issues? They haven't figured that out yet, right? People can still go and get arms. Here's the thing, though. But if you and I don't feel safe in our homes in America, we have options. And we can pray to God all day, because every day you get in your car and you step out, you don't know what might happen to you. But here's the thing. You can go out there to the gun store and afford to purchase a gun
self-defense
to protect you and your family as well, right? You can afford that. In Liberia, it's a whole different
I'm a legal gun owner in America. I'm a legal gun owner, so
me too. But listen, if you could not afford it, you wouldn't have done it. But in these areas,
they might not bring your gun there when come on vacation, but even in America, you might bring it here.
In these areas where people are illegally obtaining guns, the universal background check is not there, and people are committing all of these different crimes. In Liberia, what you saw with that young man taking rock to murder, even when it comes to the cops murders, when you see these cops, on people, even though they can't breathe, all of these things are psychologically issues, but they are handled. There are consequences for them. In Liberia, the system does not even allow them across the board. So when we talk about health security, when we talk about what we saw happen over there, we went through a long civil war where a whole generation only knew chaos, murder, all of these different things. But we as a government have not invested properly. If I was president today, one of the first three things I will invest in health, I will invest in security, I will invest in the creation of jobs and education. I will invest in these things, but I will also put in place a system of rehabilitation, the proper reintegration, and access jobs opportunities. I can tell you this: if you start giving opportunities to these young men and women, not necessarily academic, but you start creating these technical jobs, these vocational trainings, these vocational opportunities, people will be less busy to commit the kind of simple small crimes. My first visit to Liberia in 2009, after I've been away for a long time, I did not have a vehicle. I'm coming, baby. You see my wife calling me now. I did not have a vehicle in Liberia. My auntie had her driver and security drive me all over the place. I didn't like that. I don't know who asked me to go wear coat suit to go to Providence Baptist Church. I'm a Baptist boy. I wore coat suit, and I'd be damned that I would not have my auntie driver take me around to the place. I want to do my own thing after church. I went to Providence Baptist Church in a 3-piece suit, but the car that I rented had no AC. I was so naive. I thought I was chartering a car with AC. So when I went to Carwell On my way back, going to Jallah, at the time we had the BlackBerry phone. We didn't have the iPhone. I was on that phone. We had to put the window down.
American boy, he said Dwale.
We had to put the window down, and those picking came and slapped me to take my phone. I was on the phone, slapped me to take my phone. And after he was caught, I was so mad. After he was caught, long story short, I always tell this story at my events. We transformed his life because all he was going to sell that phone for little or nothing to go and buy food for his family. We transformed his life, gave him opportunity, and he never returned to that lifestyle, right? So the reason why these kids are out there, it's not a justification, but these people are hustling. These people are hustling. That's the reason why people like you and I who are fortunate, we have to pay for extra security because we ourselves will fall victim from these crimes, not because we did something wrong, but because we got something that they want a piece of, right? So we've got to create an opportunity for these young people. If you live in an environment where you only have 10% of the people who can afford rich, those 10% risk their own lives and the lives of their children because the people around them will see them as a target. This is the reason why a lot of people died during the war, because a lot of these folks were targeted. People went after people for how they were treated because of what they had, because of their financial status. People were targeted. So we have to create an environment where everyone will not have the same bank account. Everyone cannot travel outside Liberia. Everyone cannot take a vacation, but at least everyone can afford a decent meal. Everyone can afford to send their kids to school. May not be the same kind of school, but at least they can afford that. Right now, we don't have that, and that's my worry.
And that is extreme poverty, and that is why we have these social problems here, Robert. That is kind of extreme poverty. You know, that's what we say in sociology. Anywhere there are more don't-haves, the haves become the problem. So in our case in Liberia, the don't-haves are many, and the haves are limited. And the haves, we have to justify how are they acquiring all of these benefits, and the majority of people cannot access education, health, water, electricity, and the rest of it. But look, Robert, we have an advantage in Liberia that we're not taking care of. One, what we have is we have a less population, which means we have, you have, if a man and his wife with 5 children and a man and his wife with 2 children. The man with the 5 children has more problem to solve than the person with 2 children. So in the sub-region now,
less population is an advantage?
Yes, I'll tell you that. Yes, it's an advantage in the sense of management.
No, that's not an advantage. It's a disadvantage.
My brother Pewee, give me a little bit of chance.
No, go ahead.
When you have
structure is not an advantage.
but let me tell you this. We look around us. Sierra has more population than Liberia. Guinea has more. Cote d'Ivoire has more. That means they have more problems to attend to. They have more people to provide a health service, more people to provide education, more people to get their energy, to give them, business services as compared to us here, right? So Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana has about 6 million people living in Accra. They are worried about how they can access current, clean, and safe drinking water and the rest of it. Liberia has maybe about 1 million people living in Monrovia. So Liberia has less problem to address in terms of water, energy, or food security, education, health, everything. So why are we not considering that? And we have more income in terms of our natural resources. How we manage it? But if you can decide to give a person $300 for scratch card in a month for phone card, are you serious? Where I work, I get $50 every month for phone card and data, and that's enough for me. And I do a lot of work with $50 scratch card and phone. Why should you give a person $300 for phone card? People tell me in your work in the Liberia. Why? Why should I have 500 gallons of fuel every month for gas for vehicle to move around? Why? Why don't we monitor the uses of these public materials in your vehicle so we can give account? Why don't we put lock in all the government cars so that if you travel, you mark how much fuel you burn? Why? If you think you can burn more fuel, then take money from your pocket and spend it. But because we don't manage our national funds properly, so we keep just giving all kind of false excuses at the detriment of our own people. But none of them we better live in darkness as I'm in darkness right now. All than now, soon as the public power goes off, their machines are on. At the expense of the state also. I don't understand. Seriously.
Let me throw this out there, right? People are asking this. People have been asking us, okay. We in the first year, year 1 is about to end of this new administration. Now, when you talk to the only way we can effect change in the country is through electoral process and elections and through political parties, because they're the ones who go to the ballot to be elected. So people are asking the question. When you discuss, you go to social gatherings, go to funerals, go places, people ask the question, what is the way forward? Now, some people say, well, it's too early. For me, I believe that it's not too early to start engaging. So I want to ask each person, give your perspective on this. As we approach 2025, elections will be in 2029, but usually our election will start around 2027. You will notice the people will start making formulation, people will start making cross-canvassing and so forth. Okay, I'll start with you first. Let me finish now. So people start making their own plans going back and forth. Now,
no, not me. That's right.
People are saying that since 2005, the war ended, right? The Unity Party, the CDC government, they have not done much for the country. So some people are saying, well, it's time to go the new direction. Others are saying no. George Weah should be giving his last term. He should get him the chance to finish the last term to complete what he wanted to complete. People are saying no. Garguah should run. Kun should run. Another group is saying it's time for Mr. Cummings to win, to win. Now, just in 2 minutes, please. That'd be very respectful of the time. What do you think should happen in the coming year? You think people should give the government another more year, or you think people should start to wait after the president gave a State of the Nation address and start to engage the government to effect this change? Or you think people are saying, oh, no, don't form coalition again? I believe no party besides Charles Taylor have broken that record to run or erasing Liberia and be the only party that come and won election Liberia. You need coalition. You need to have coalition together. So what's your thoughts? What's your perspective on the way forward as we approach 2025? Abu S. Kamara from the UP, we give you 2 minutes, please.
Tomalin.
Yeah.
This country has been managed by a vibrant leader, a distinguished statesman, a man who has inculcated an exemplary leadership since he assumed the responsibility as president. As you have seen the budget that reflects the actual living condition of the people. In my mind, as of 2025, like I stated to you publicly, you will change so many narratives that this country has been experiencing for the past 10 decades. It is no secret that the livelihood of our people have been impoverished by previous administrations, even long before Myean Sirleaf came to power. See with George Weah, why is true that there are challenges where we can't talk, but we cannot argue the other way. I'm not going to be insensitive to the plot of that. Some of the things we did, you can't hold him responsible. That's what he could do as a leader, like what he thought he could do. But what we are doing, like it tells in 8 billion, at the end of when we learn our stuff, the 8 billion stuff, like the Minister of Finance said, he will reach out. The president is reaching out. It is some of the engagements I hear commenters. I see commenters who are commenting here saying that President Garguah is divisive. He has come to retrogress the country instead of progressing the country. If not President Garguah, I don't see which point they are speaking from. Tomalin, you and I know you have folks in this government. They are confiding in you. The 2 years on the thing we have been doing. Our foreign relations with countries that were being desecrated by the Weah administration, we are on par with some of them. You have a Minister of Finance who was country manager during the African Development Bank in Uganda. We are making engagements. All I can see with the boy Liberia that the promise that the distinguished statement made to you when you are going to the pool to in a runoff will not be involved. Will ensure some of these things that you've been experiencing will not repeat itself. And trust me, like I said to you, Tomalin, president will act against some of the officials that are not performing. He will take actions because he believes that the people of Liberia deserve better. And he's on path. He's not a president who is traveling because he wants to travel. He's a president that's traveling and is seeking the needs of our people. And that reflects in some of the statements he made. And he continued to make.
Thank you. Yeah, from Ben. We'll go to Pewee, then we'll go to Johnny. Yeah, from there. Yeah, from Ben.
Man, when I would talk, I gotta talk. It just look.
I see a glass of you.
Monday back. Come on, no question gonna be bad on the week.
I see the nice glass of it.
It's always juice, but I'm working tonight. So, but look, there's nothing is going to change, and then the reason why nothing will change is simple. Because when you put somebody somewhere, during the initial stage, the person wants to first set, that first impression. Then first impression is very important. But for Bwaga government, all we have seen have been a bunch of missteps, and the missteps has not even have not stopped. It has been one after the other, and with no accountability. So the government is being led by other people while he's dead as a frame. It's not going to change. Next year or the year after, things will only get worse. Year after, nothing is going to change. I mean, is there any looking at what the woman is doing, and you expect me to believe that he will institute anything? No. Look, one reason that tells me that Bwaga will not do anything is Bwaga did not care about his own health. And here's why I say so. The first thing that happened in this administration was about the scare health problem about the president. In the president report, all of the report, they've never addressed that particular issue. That issue has not been addressed. So if a man doesn't take his own health that serious, what makes you think he would take any other thing serious? No, doesn't care. They will tell you they will bring report. There will be no report. What happened to the old man on that day is all speculation, and we will speculate until the end of this war. You will never find it actually happening. But I don't see anything changing year after. Thank you.
Okay, Pewee. But I mean, I addressed the alternative, but maybe you give it on. Go ahead.
What alternative?
No, like right now he's critical of Bwaga, and Bwaga is doing nothing. He said he expects nothing to change, but he didn't say what would be an alternative that was look at coming. But go ahead, Pewee.
Okay. Let me finish. I will add.
No, man, you've been taking your time. You're not addressing that.
Go ahead, man.
Basically, and for me, first and foremost, as per your question, if I were going to go to it structurally, I would think beginning this time next year, around this time, I will now say the government is actually, then I will start giving room for if there will be room for option to come out of the tier lane, creating the tier option, or George Weah president, a potential George Weah come back. But for now, trust me, nothing you will say, because there's a incumbent government that will just go between the cracks and do a lot of things beginning this year. We're about to enter in less than 48 hours. And then they will start shifting a lot of things, taking major policy decisions that will impact the life of people. We're just discussing the issue of the health sector. That is seriously challenged also. And I admitted to it. For folks who didn't understand the thought I was trying to say is, okay, no, I can never say that. I will never be that dumb or dogmatic indeed to believe that what I say is okay. So there's this tendency that basically they may try to put into place, as the finance minister stated, that beginning February, March, April next year, there will be shift of some major policy decision-making process. So those policy prescriptions that are going to be put in place, if they do impact the life of the people of the country in terms of job creation, in terms of the social structure of the country, in terms of infrastructure development, and in terms of education, in terms of infrastructure, if those things are put in place and then beginning to impact the country and the country economy structurally try to take a leap upward, then it may have some glorification process that the government will use as an instrument to say, hey, we're doing some things. And they start to do that next year. They do that 2026. They do that 2027. And then if 2027, 2026, 2027, because 26, and if the government is on a good footing with the people of Liberia, there's a possibility of re-election. But if beginning this time next year, nothing of the sort, and then you see the country the same way today, I can say to you emphatically, with exuberance, that this government wouldn't have a chance for re-election. That wouldn't impact Ambassador Bouaka, that is the president today. It may potentially hamper the chance of Kun to be the president. Then it will come to bear enough for to discuss strategically the next option. That next option may either be Mr. former President Weah, or we come with an alternate. What is that alternate? And that is the point where we will now bring the name like Mr. Cummings. Now, Mr. Cummings will now have to play a strategic role as to how he's going to navigate or negotiate his way through the Liberian presidency. Strategically bringing to bear some thought process about folks with like mine, traditional folks that are tied to the corner of our political dialectics, understanding the nuance of the politics of our day. So if he deeply penetrates that line, and that's why I say believe, he's an option. He can be a potential option, but that conversation will begin to take a motion and begin to take some serious steam beginning the end of around the end December 2026. That's where you're going to see, because if this government don't do nothing this time, the 30th or the 31st, 2025, then we'll start to discuss the option to who we're going to govern Liberia 2029. That will either be President George Weah or potentially, and the third person that will come to the fore in this process increasingly may be a blind person, or the blind person may be the new person that we don't know, or potentially Alexander Cummings. So the process is not for now. I want to give them out in terms of me as a political strategy and a political pundit myself. I'm observing, so for now I won't say anything because nothing can change. Nothing will happen now if we were to try to begin to project what will become 2029. This government may just come and start performing very well in the new year, and they continue that path in 2026. If 2026 were to end on the government performing very good, changing most of the numbers in the country, potentially one will put their neck on the line that you can bet for them that they will win. If this government don't do nothing beginning January, 2 days from now, to December of next year, trust me, they're doomed. Then the discussion of the next opportunity for the country, who's going to come out, and that's the kind of conversation we're going to be having. So we are going to sit down and begin the process of saying that. But I have never ruled out Cummings' chances of being president of the country. I've never done that. Probably I will rule his chances of not being active. Then I will say, but his Cummings is engaged. And I want to believe there's a sense that is saying to me that Cummings is going to be very proactive and try to engage. If Cummings is engaged, because he's a reasonable element. He's a guy that comes from the corporate area. He's well-rounded. He's a very calculated person, very professional, reasonable, educated. So he got all of the kind of reasonability in terms of a leader that would. So he's a kind of a situational kind of a leader. He observed the situation and interpret those lines. So if you are to be given the opportunity to push the country forward, and with a corporate experience, if you intersplash that with the concept of his long-term experience and longevity into corporate America and the rest of that, he can just be. But the only thing he will have to do when he's coming back to the politics, he will have to need more resources to pump into the party grassroots mobilization process. There's a need for serious grassroots mobilization throughout the 15 political subdivisions of our country. With that, Cummings got some chance of saying what's going to happen in the country. If the Bouaka administration fail the people, the option now going to be, trust me, Cummings or Weah. But potentially, Cummings will ring that up bell because they will think that they have not tested him before. Is that they say, hey, there's a young guy that's in town that's going to be the young girls want to. It's just like kind of parable that will give him politics, right? So that he will be out now to say, I get the time to make my case. Cannot impress the people of Liberia. Of course, yeah, I can impress them by what I've done for myself, what I can do. It's a kind of a Donald Trump kind of a story. And the Liberian people, I think, can repose their confidence in him for that, and he can be part of the beginning of the transformation of that country. But he will have to engage and deeply engage beyond the conversation and try to move and have deeper political intercourses with a lot of folks across the line.
Johnny, let me come to you, Johnny. Okay, Johnny, maybe you can factor this into your but people are saying, Johnny, that there will be infiltration. This government will use resources to infiltrate the main opposition party, CDC, to infiltrate the party, get some of the people from the party to join them. They will get them contract, do all kinds of stuff because they feed CDC as a threat. And especially so, they see that President Weah is still a popular person. He's very popular in the country. And they feel that he's posed a threat to a future election. If he decides to run, he will be a very formidable candidate. So what they try to do, they said they will infiltrate the CDC to break it apart, do all kind of stuff. Now, that's whether they can succeed is something that we're to see. Other thing is they say that the machines that came in the country, they say, well, you will see that next year the machine will be in all the counties. Will be doing the road. We'll fix the road. Then I said, but I said, but then the question is, how will impact the people's lives? The people will have jobs. The people want jobs. If there's no jobs, then it's a problem. They say, well, you will see what's going to happen. Investors come in the country, this will happen. But Johnny, look at all of these things that is being said, right? And no party, as I said earlier, can win election alone. So you need to have people talking. And I want to believe, seriously, I want to believe that there are talking going on quietly in the highest level among opposition parties, but they're not going to bring it to the public or even to some of the members before they take it and run with it. I'm sure they are doing some talking that is happening. But what are your thoughts about this government that people say regularly? If this government, if they're still the same, things still exist the same way, if there's no change in this way how things that they promise to the people to impact the people's lives, if things does not improve, what do you think will happen? You think people will start attacking next year or wait after the 2025 ends?
Okay, so too many Liberians need to listen. Our civil war ended in 2004, and we had our first, democratic elections, and to end the conflict. Yeah. Since 2005, we have had election balanceed over with UP. So today, up to the end of 2020, up to 2029, that's almost 24 years in the hands of UP and CDC. Liberians, look at your life, look at your health sector, look at your educational system, look at your social infrastructure. So, frankly speaking to you, Tomalin, no serious Liberian should be discussing UP and CDC after 2029. Otherwise, Liberia will be in a cycle with the same diameter since 2005 and just changing from one place to another. The same cycle. No, nothing will really change. So Liberians, my advice to Liberians is we should start contemplating on bringing new political actors 2029. Don't mean to discuss your Weah and UP business because it will be like we'll be in the same place. First thing, the UP and the CDC have shown to us that they are both here to pay back on each other. You see the UP, what UP is doing now. You see what CDC did in 6 years. You understand what I'm saying? So if we really mean well to grow, 24 years, those children, those kids that were born in 2004, 2005, they are 20 plus years old. What new thing have they seen? They have been born, they were born and been living in a condition that is so unbearable. What future do we have for the young people? So I would tell them about it. The two groups should be discarded for 2029. They should not have any space. Now, I will encourage that the Moniba, Cummings, Gongloe to start discussing Liberia future at 2029. I will encourage them to start discussing where do we take Liberia after 2029. Not looking at CDC and UP, getting rid of them. Let them wait. Let's get a new player, new team on the field of play. Otherwise, my people, Liberians, will be in a cycle and will keep regretting until maybe heaven comes on earth. But we appeal to all Liberians, as of 2029, let's begin to encourage new political features in the country. That I will encourage Dr. Moniba, I will encourage Cummings, I will encourage Gongloe to start meeting seriously and looking at how they can take all this country from the hands of UP and CDC. That's my advice I would give, and that's my option. Thank you.
I agree. I mean, I understand what you say, but at the same time, too, we got to. They say the way your Christmas will be, we'll tell from the eve, right? If we start to see these things, these guys meeting frequently, regularly, and coming issuing joint statements, like if something happens in the country, but you come together as a unit, one group, collectively issue a joint statement condemning it or calling on the government of the day. But then lastly, too, no party can win election alone. And that's the way the people are concerned about.
But too many. The beneficiaries of the political space we have are the electors. That's why most times I'm speaking to Liberians who are taking their time, using their data to listen to us, to begin to think. But they can make their own leaders now. Stop letting people come tell you, I won't be. Look among people and say, look, we're making your leader to serve us. That's the point we come to. You know?
No, I didn't hear you say, Johnny, I didn't hear you say you were breaking up.
Did you hear me? I'm saying the Liberians who are the beneficiary of our political system, they must begin to look for their own leaders. Don't wait for people to tell you, say, I won't be your leader, and bring you rice or can't pay your children's school just for the election period. After the election pass, the school fee bill not coming anymore. Liberians got to make their own leaders now. They got to begin to identify people that they will make leaders for themselves, because then they will be owners of their own government. You got to own your government. If you can't own your government, how will they come to you? So I'm appealing to Liberians. Let's look at those three individuals I just spoke about: the Moniba, the Gongloe, the Cummings. Look, we can put pressure on them. We can say, look, the three of you guys have to agree to form a collaboration to take this country and move it forward. We think you guys can do better. And when we got mass action, people's action against them, they'll be compelled to come together and do something. Seriously.
But the problem with these guys, they don't have a base. Let me tell you honestly, right? Look.
But what I'm saying, in our base is those of us that want to change. Yeah. Those of us that are with the two groups, we have to make the move on them. We have to compare them.
Yeah, but
otherwise, I call that civilian coup. It's like, you like it or not, we don't want UP and CDC anymore. So you, Gongloe, Cummings, and Moniba, you guys must form an alliance, form a government to take this country. That's my point.
Yep.
Yeah, Johnny.
Go ahead, man.
Johnny, I heard what you said, but I think what you just said, it looks fine on the paper. Practically, it makes a lot of sense. But I mean, no, theoretically, it makes a lot of sense, but practically, that is hard. And yeah, while that is hard, the two major factions that we have in the country are CDC and UP. There is no way you will make decisions and have them in the back. You have to work around them. And that is the honest truth. That those who don't like these people.
And so we'll be in a cycle. So Benjamin will be in a cycle. I'm telling you, we'll remain in a cycle. Because you saw what CDC did in 6 years. You saw UP did in 12 years. You see what I started already. So you got to remain in a cycle.
But Johnny,
frankly speaking to you, there got to be a radical approach by the people.
Johnny, how radical can that approach be with the absence of CDC or UP? Johnny.
So Benjamin, are you telling me that Mr. Weah should come and replace UP and replace Guar? Are you what?
If you were ready for this, I would look very fine.
Let me say this though. But let me say this. You see, look, gentlemen, let's be honest with ourselves, right? You have what politics you have. You see Trump. I'm not a fan of Trump, but Trump got his base. And his base that propel him to power again.
And look, exactly it.
George Weah liking or hating. George Weah, he got what they call the Weah Shen. These are people who just love him. Whether he say he did wrong, he say won't care, we love him. Then you got the seditious that just seditious who just love him. So now,
all right, then let's carry on, my brother. Then let's carry on. Let's keep the corner going the way it's going. Let's carry on as it is.
So need to support your point for you continue.
I'm not eat and we'll go.
Johnny, excuse me, Johnny, for example, right?
Let's carry on as it is, my people.
But Johnny, it's simple. So things that people can do. Like for instance, right? The guys that you're calling, they gotta be practical. Like for instance, George Weah. George Weah was teaching the people the Christmas carols a few days. That thing people love it. You see it?
Somebody, we just discussed health issue just now. They said Christmas carol of Tomalin. We have discussed health. We discussed education. We are behind time. Look, our country is behind time. We have to pay consciousness in the country. The country is behind time. The cultural level is low. What are you talking about here, Tomalin? Christmas carol?
Johnny,
my man, I beg you, man. Let me go to this, man.
Johnny, you have to have connection with people. The common people connection with he connects with the people. The man
does that solve our problem? Does it solve the road problem, education problem? The health problem we're talking about here.
I don't want George Weah to be president at all.
How the elections? How about we?
You gotta be the people gotta know you.
We have to find a way.
So then, gentlemen, if the people believe, listen, let me my case short. If the brand believe that George Weah is good to be president for this country, they should have no reason discussing the ills of society. Let's sit and watch it. Let's go. That mean the people like what is happening. People like what happening.
The problem is, Johnny, the people you calling. Tell them they gotta come forward, they gotta be practical too.
You must say who mean better. You Tomalin, you need better. Pewee, you need better. You are Benjamin, we all need better. Let's push them to the wall. That we need you guys to come and rescue this country. We're gonna push them. Okay, let's sit down. For me.
Wait. Johnny, Johnny, can you tell us how would this strategy be like? Just explain to us.
I've just told you right now that these three guys need to start meeting and discussing the situation we have in the country. There's a need to change the trajectory of this country. There's a need, political trajectory.
I want to know the how. How are you doing it?
The people you call, all they can rally behind Cummins, it will help them. But no, don't men can get it to them. All they can rally behind.
Okay.
It will help
now, anyway, I hold a breath when I take your case. I hold a breath when I take your case serious, Pewee, so that they can't put in trouble.
But other than that, if they don't do that, if they don't do that, trust me, the potential president back in our country, if Baka continue on this path, George will come back to power.
I agree with you, Pewee.
Yeah, bring him back, no problem. We'll bring him back. Yeah, bring him back. Even for individual people, you bring him back. But for the collective people, if for the group like Nigeria, we'll going back to the same thing.
But if it be a different option quickly, they can write it behind.
Let me tell you one reason why I do not want George Weah to be president. Everything, and it's personal. That's my personal reason, because there are few crew people, so we already caused problem. I don't want to, because when my time is coming for my presidency, I don't want to put a say. I mean, one crewman already.
No, right?
Yeah. So make it Joe, yeah, please. You did one thing.
The people said there's any future election, is CDC or Joe, we're not part of that election. That person who will win, you win. If he say he's not running, if he doesn't give you the endorsement, you stand no chance. So if Joe we are running, I mean, it's just a reality. It's
a reality.
Listen, I am not telling you this is not reality. Oh.
Yeah, so all the country, Clara, the secretary of my contesting. He will run like I say, you saw a performing Lofa. Like I say, where you see, right? So listen, the electoral kind of liberal politics, you have to, it's a kind of like similar type of concept, right? So the folks, they cultural diversity process, you have to be deep rooted. The likability, they have to like you, right? The voter have to relate. So all of those things, it's a combination of a lot of different factors, if you will. So Clarence came in, and I predicted, and I told folks, right, I predicted, I said, hey, Clarence is going to come, Clarence performance in Lofa is going to be very dismal. And you don't mind because they say, oh, Harry Mumba came on Lofa, you are the vice president or not, something else do. That the people are not going to vote.
Yeah, I repeat, the election of 2020 was not free and fair. That is what temper.
They're not going to.
There's no way. There's no way.
Let me speak to why.
Anthony, no way. Abiton got green tier player. No way. Coming got 1%. I will not believe it.
And I believe the elections 2023 was free, fair, and transparent. But in the electionary process, in electionary, what we know is that you have some petty scrimmages that will unfold behind the scenes.
Irregularities.
Does that amount to
Abiton who didn't vote campaign nowhere? He didn't. Cummins and Moneyback went through the country. Cummins went through the 17 electoral district.
Do you know? Are you saying?
Let me tell you something about Abiton.
So if we had added Abiton vote,
lucky in the process, and
what lucky?
So if we added Abiton vote,
come on, man, don't stop it.
You guys are our country.
I mean,
you think they meant to keep Abiton again? Vote for what reason?
No. So when we add Abiton and hold on now, if we add Abiton and Mr. Cummins vote, could that have upset Bagan from winning?
After got 20,000, 21,000 votes.
My point is, Cummins was a victim. Cummins was a victim. The target. Cummins was a victim because Cummins did not get 1%.
If you are giving all of Cummins, I mean, Abiton vote to Cummins. If you carry Cummins, if you are giving all of Abiton vote to Cummins, it will carry Cummins to maybe around 45,000 votes total. Imagine. So there's nothing.
It was temper with.
All right. Let me make my point. I listened to you guys, for a long period of time. Let me make my point here.
You got 2 minutes.
You get your my point here.
So because
but listen to you, I know what you said. I've been following this show very religious.
But I
we got 10 more minutes, so you got 2 minutes.
Yeah, so got a few minutes. I wouldn't keep on the show because we're discussing, the way forward for Liberia. That's all.
No. You have the ANC thing. I want to the show.
Hold on, Pewee. Hold on, Pewee.
You're not open the criticism. You're going to invite us to start being part of your understanding. Go ahead, my dear brother. Go ahead.
So here is the narrative here, and everybody, is entitled to the opinion. I respect everybody's opinion.
Good.
But the fact of the matter here is that the goal for Liberia and the Liberian people, even if they disperse all the yellow machine across the country, this administration has taken debt. This administration has put a lot of money in areas that did not benefit Liberia. Our credit rating has shrank. The new proposal, the $8.1 billion, is heavily dependent upon donor funds. That is coming from the finance minister of Garguah himself. He was interviewed. And based on what he said, it tells you that he's now focused on domestic revenue generation. He's focused on donor funding for the next 5 years with $8.1 billion. They're going to launch that program mid-January, according to him. We have yet to see this government policy. For Liberia to move forward, Cummins is the alternative of Liberia, and here's why. Beginning 2025, we're going to expand, grow our tent, and grow our grassroots across the nation. If we are to join any collaboration, it will be down the line. Our main focus now is to grow our team, expand our base. That's all we have focused on right now. Expand our base, and expand our base. Because here is the thing. If we rush to a collaboration, many other people will come and say, oh, you don't have a base here, you don't have a base here. So at the decision-making table, you don't have much to say. So in order for you to go to a table ready, prepared, and solid and have a political capital, we have to do our homework first. That is, expand our reach. And that's what we are focused on. While we come on here, we'll do all the tabata talking, whatnot, we're doing our groundwork. When I say groundwork, it's not telling people, say, oh, we got time to go here. It's not telling people, say,
ANC has all the country. They're the same thing you're saying, but the result, but
no. Tomalin, you talking? Yeah. Let me respond to that. You talking to our guy who are part of what we call the postmodern team, right? That did an assessment, overall assessment of what has transpired from 2017 to 2023 and where we are today. I can tell you for a fact, ANC has remained the alternative to Liberia's problem for the fall march of Liberia. It will not happen under Bouakar's administration. It didn't happen under George Weah. This administration will even follow backwards 2025, 2026 as well. In as much as I'm hoping that the administration succeed. Because here's why. When it succeeds, our work will be lesser. Our work will not be as rigorous, as complex and compound. But they are now working in the direction of creating, jobs, of raising domestic revenue. They are all focused on donor funds, donor funds, donor funds. No war in your country. United Nations money is going to Ukraine, is going to Haiti, is going to countries that have problems. They're not going to come to Liberia like that.
Sorry, King Lid, but let's do our closing because we're out of time. But
so
the reality,
let me close that.
The reality is this, though. The reality is this. We should be honest. If we think, say, we do politics the way we have done it the last 18, 19 years, wasting our time.
Yeah.
And I would say that there must be, because right now, the Pewee, you're saying Pewee, what you forgot to realize that Pewee, for the fact that this budget is still the same. It's a budget, the 2025 budget is still a recurring expenditure budget. Then I don't see the prospect of the UP making an impact in people's lives. Because if they have said that the budget that they came up with, the budget that they just played with recently, and they said that most of the budget were focused to agriculture, to education, to other stuff, job creation. Yeah, but right now, it's the same old thing that already. So as a result, I don't see much change. So they depend on foreign investment. And I don't know where it's coming from, bro, because America, this man trying to cut USAID budget, USAID will give more money to Liberia, but it won't be like before. So things will not be like before. China too. China will be going through one issue, and then you got all the also Liberia, and then we just talk about the insecurity in the country. Nobody want to really put their money into Liberia to come and get result from it. So a lot needs to happen. So right now, I believe the opposition group, the CPP thing they did, the arrangement, they came with a lot of different attitude and different they have their own mindset, premeditated mindset. That's why they mess it up. Because we knew that from I knew that they said that their plan would destroy CPP, target Cummings. I wouldn't have been part of it. But again, that's what they did to him. They targeted him. They put him in the court, went through all kinds of funny stuff. End of the day, they have people to just destroy the CPP, and they used them and they broke it apart. And then the result is the result that happened today. But if we don't change it, my brother, I don't think it will be a good thing coming. So we have to change the mindset of our politics and prepare for a better one. And I believe after the State of the Nation address, they should start hitting targets, start going after the demand change. So, guys, 1 minute each. Let's call your day.
Let me go before the people didn't talk.
On telephone, you saw the ANC.
No, they just canceled my shift.
Let me go.
My shift was just canceled, so they just canceled my shift.
Just tonight, drink and
my shift.
Take a glass.
Because of you, they canceled my shift.
They come here and say, then take a glass and just get another
glass here already.
I'm looking back.
The nigga got a glass now.
I was going to get a closing comment. I will get a closing comment.
I will get a closing, yeah.
It's because of me.
But Anthony, go ahead. I just came by.
So I want to condemn what happened yesterday. No amount of crime worth the life of a human being. Many folks say, oh, it's sweet for them and all of that. They are the same folks that will be in church raising their hand always say, Jesus this and all of that. Let me say this to you. When you see a nation where people standing by and a living being is being stoned to death, and people just stood there and said nothing, even to the point where the guy said, oh, but he's still moving his, he's not fully dead yet. Let me finish it up. And he keep in front of the camera and showing his face. Up to now, police have not even called him for, questioning. This is wrong. Mob justice is wrong. We should not encourage it at all. I heard Abu saying, but you don't know that man, how long he suffered to save that money to buy a motorbike. It doesn't worth the life of another person, Abu. No amount of crime worth the life of another person. So I want to condemn it, and this administration need to do better. We need to hear from this administration on things like this. You can't remain silent.
Thank you.
This administration has failed, in my opinion. Failed agriculture that I arrest. Road failed. Rule of law failed. Education failed. Sanitation failed. And children failed.
Thank you. That from Abu. Abu, 1 minute.
Yeah, Tomalin.
Yeah.
As always, man, school being here, why is true that all is not rosy, but we have made significant gains. And it is to, reaffirm or inspired the leadership President Boaga has demonstrated. We are inspired by that. Trust me, like I told you in my previous section, 2025 going to be a year where the people of Liberia will be thrilled with the leadership of President Boaga promised them. You remember 2022? Yes, 2022. I saw one of the commenters commenting, 2022, we were here. We were here when the auditors were killed. We were here when CDC were beating on government officials, and that is particularly the deputy police inspector general Melvin Sacco on the instruction of Jefferson Koji. We were here when protesters were being cut off by partisans of the CDC with cutlasses in our hands. Today, people can freely criticize our government. Tomorrow, you see them walking. We interface. We socialize together. That's not the order of the day, unlike yesterday. We were here when the former public works minister, who is there now, or criticizing own government, people say, you double dare him to next time make statement of that kind. You are aware, Tomalin, at the time you are on spoon. We were here. Some of you seen it happen. But today, these things are not happening.
I would forget that President. We are signing the Abdullah Tewamadi Act.
Give me a break, Tomalin. Sound whack.
I'm surprised at you, but people take her home.
All right.
Zunu Miller was killed here. Zunu Miller was beaten at SKD.
Abu, come on. The time is out. So let me close on there. Let me close, then you can come in. So I pray that Abu understands that mob justice should not be accepted anywhere in the world. And one of the reasons, Abu, you could go into an area, or anybody could have been walking into any area in Liberia where you could be wrongly identified as a criminal. And what you would want to happen to you at that time? Well, you want the law to come and rescue you, because when you are misidentified as a criminal and when mob justice is in place, those people will kill you before they find out that you were the wrong person. These are some of the reasons why mob justice are not to be accepted in any society. But again, I understand why you say you like the leadership of Mr. Boaga, because what have you seen in your life? You have seen the leadership of a George Weah, of a Boaga. So what do I expect from you? I expect that because you haven't seen anything better, you will always like this kind of a leadership. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's quite Abu. Don't mention my own friend and dear brother. May his soul rest in peace. Zulu Miller will never beaten. family did a disclaimer and the rest of that. So stop saying those things. And let me clearly state here that part of the process that unfolded in the country in terms of what is now unfolding, we should not justify the process about this. I agree in past history of our country. That is a deep problem we have. The issue of mob justice. It started. We didn't see much of mob justice during Charles Taylor days. And we didn't see much of that. Mob justice started creeping into the society in our country during the transitional government. We started seeing those things unfolding. Then the Eden government is also increased. The UN police station in Red was born on during the Eden days and the rest of that. It also increased during President Weah days. A lot of people got mobbed and killed, and institutions got burned down, the egos and the rest of that. But I want to believe this, and part of the State Department report is always indicating the process of mob justice. It's always wrong, the human rights report on our country. And the reason why I believe that this government should be in the best position to end this process, because if you come in on the mad track to change and to rescue, now we will shift all the blame from past administration on you. That's one of the reasons why you say these people are not good here to be here. I'm coming to fix it. But to see these things unfolding and up to current, where the police, when you come out to give, because the graphic situation yesterday, if you were to give a description of that graphic action that took place yesterday, I thought by now the police would have arrested the major perpetrators, because they are live on television, on social media television. Now you deploy your intelligence and at least get 4 or 5 of those major actors, and then you exhibit them to your police headquarters, call a press conference as a mark of this country not tolerating, as a mark of us having zero tolerance on this kind of nonsensical, belligerent action on the part of these unscrupulous elements. This will be the description you give them. We are now charging them with murder of the first degree, and those other people that you believe they are accomplices to the act, you also appropriately charge them. And then you send this caveat to those who will be perpetrators that similar act will be taken on you if you were to indulge into this thing, even if you are on the border with Guinea or on the border of the Cote d'Ivoire. We're going to come after you. We're going to get you. Now, if you did that, because the reason why you're doing that, you're trying to send signals to the people and potential investors that people that will cause you kind of a problem, and the woman sitting home, even my couple, even will sit down and advise her son. When you see people doing that kind of thing, don't go beat somebody when somebody do things, or call the police, and you see they carry the post or beach. If you set the example, then you push for the justices, and the Minister of Justice will come in this place quickly. You administer fast justice system to those people. If they are guilty, you say they are going to jail for life. And you parade them again on camera, take them to South Beach, let that name go for. You will begin, because to stop mob justice is entrenched in our society. To stop it to the extent that sometimes you drive your vehicle, you attempt to get mistakenly hit a motorbike. Those guys are pretty to run for gas to come and burn your vehicle. That's the kind of system we have in our country. It is serious, and the government will have to consider it in a very serious. No, you see, I'm sounding so text on this issue because of the severity of the matter. The story said, "Oh, somebody killing a human being taking the rock."
I sort of got.
I agree with you, man.
On your face.
Yeah, right there.
That's very graphic. So I mean, if this police team will do anything, because
I said, "Message to Gregory. I'm disappointed in him. I'm not happy with him."
I'm very disappointed to myself.
And then you saw, even in the process, let me hear those few police officers that even went, that took at least, the guy that already died in the process, that took the body, conveyed the body to the hospital where they died finally.
The guy died, right?
Yeah, they said that. Yeah, other guy on social media, all they played, other guy they called David. The David guy, he's somebody that's known. The guy that actually sending up, yeah, he's somebody that's known. Somebody that run people that got some people there run. He helped before. He said, man, somebody that he tried mentoring. And when the police officer or even around the area when the guy was taking the thing, I don't know. So the evidence is raw. There's some good evidence they have, but if they don't,
I want to use a tear gas. So tear gas is put to get from around that man.
Yes.
No, they
want to use it on protesters.
No, that protesters like a tear gas, but the man killing somebody.
You deploy the tear gas or record because those men are on clear video. The men are not masks.
None of them have masks on. They are very clear. You can identify in the video.
Wow, man.
It's
that video is graphic, but I wanted to get.
That's what been too money. Give me 45 seconds.
I was trying to
I
didn't look at the place completely. All the men, they rallied on the man because that's why I can't look at it. I don't have the guts to look at it. I can make it.
Well, guys, look, tomorrow, the last day in the year.
It's bad.
They come tomorrow with our to see how we're gonna look at
the scorecard.
Yeah, the scorecard. Come with something. Talk about the minister of the year.
I already presented my scorecard.
They're gonna talk about it. Who you think will be the minister of the year? For me, superintendent of the year. I already asked for superintendent of the year, and I can say it boldly. Say what you want to say. I think I think Nigerian Nima is doing a good job. She deserved that title as superintendent of the year.
Your study can't do
that.
I'm telling you
true for it. Anything I guess rebuilding that country.
No.
What is your biography?
She doesn't deserve that.
She's one of those that were reasonably criticizing all of government pastors.
Yes.
What's she doing with that? What's she doing with that?
She put in the resources to use that.
Nothing. She was one of those that were reasonable.
She's developing a country.
No, but that'd be frank. She's doing something.
Developing a country.
What was job function again?
Looking for a job.
I know you try to praise because we got on your side the CDC thing. I have things talking about, but you got to stop that.
No, but she's doing a good job. I'll be honest with you.
Nothing she's doing with it. Nothing.
So Gafwan too. What did they say? They put a minister of the year. He also proud to go post that thing to.
Is it Pewee?
Anthony know who is Gafwan?
Because I don't care about his educational background. I care about his delivery. I don't care about Gafwan. Educational background.
He has a brilliant public service record.
No. I don't care about Gafwan accolade that he got from school. I care about his deliverable. What I do, effort.
But listen, Anthony.
You know who is Gaf?
Anthony, you can't just see, and that was not can happen from some of you, some of us.
What?
Gaf. God
bring sentiment.
God wanted the ministry. You want to start.
But Gafwan wrote on his own Facebook page that they voted him Minister of the Year.
Of course, I would take it. But what happened to that? You got all
that. What have you done?
What happened to that?
But I told Gafwan say that person argument will be agree on him.
The Liberia economy is in the toilet. In the water.
I can assure you everything is in the toilet.
Somebody will start bringing officials will start coming here. Some of the last Ben Jonah and Anthony Gibbons.
What did I do to you?
So guys, look, I'm prepared. You guys should stay safe. You must stay safe so that
welcome on the High Blood Pressure Show tonight.
You must in the year.
I will show. I come on your show. I show that so Myean people when on our show.
No Myean people that people who have hair on our shoulder.
Okay, guys, look, that's
so beginning next year, we shouldn't hear George. This is podcast economy.
Ria TV, True FM.
Okay, Ria TV, True FM.
On Ria TV,
into True FM 96.1.
What's the meaning of the black barrel?
The black barrel is to tell Joseph Bakala if you don't organize yourself in a respectful manner, we'll take your plate.
You might say what you want to say, but for us, we are here to make sure we build our country, that we are respected. We have donors that are coming because of the confidence.
Some news summary of talk. My name is Hansen the representative.
Welcome to News and Analysis 30 minutes of news presentation about Liberia, Africa, and our one world.
Presenting this newscast is proudly sponsored by Orange Liberia and EcoBank Liberia Limited.
How is life after the presidency?
But before the presidency, the same life, that's what you see. I live a different life. You know, when I was not president, this life, that's what I live, you know, with my family and
I have a lot of interest in the health sector, the educational sector, and the agriculture sector. Roads, connecting roads in this country.
Yeah, we are calling international community to come to intervene for us because, like I just stated previously, we don't know who to trust.
Always make sure to turn on to our
Liberia TV and listening to Truth FM 96.1.